Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's a new day, time to play. Welcome to Rivets and Wingnuts. So, we've done a lot of tweaking over the last day or two. We've figured out why we had nightbots, or chatbots AWOL, absent without leave, and got that all sorted out. And we also have a few tweaks that we've done. Everything should be sorted out now. Well, at least hopefully it's sorted out. We are still not going to use the animes bot or the face rig bot or programs because they don't work very well. Face rig doesn't have a selection for which video source you're using. So that one's out of the question, and it doesn't detect my current webcam or the virtual machine for running FaceRig. And Animaze is out of sync. So Animaze was detecting desktop noises, and of course mouth movement was being recorded with the desktop sounds and noises, and I couldn't isolate it or separate it, so that was really annoying. So we're not using Animaze either. So for the time being, we're not going to be using Cam until I can hire an actor who looks a whole lot better than me. So we'll just deal with a no cam stream. Now, I was just taking a look at the news because our fuel prices are still $1.81 a liter in my local area. And come to find out, so we were looking at the global prices, and in Australia, the global price for gasoline, petrol, is $1.11 a liter. So why are the prices so high when the average gasoline price is $1.11 a liter? Now, it just so happens that in Australia, 50% of that is going to be taxes and fees. So 55 cents added on top of that will bring us to $1.66. And then, of course, the petrol station adds on their little bits. So now we're up to, or have been at, $1.81 a liter for quite a long time. Really annoying. In the U.S., it's only 98 cents a liter, which, if we translate that to gallons, that comes out to $3.70 a gallon. Consequently, it's $4.20 a gallon here. Again, add 50% to that, which is $2.10. So $6.30 a gallon, plus what the petrol stations or the gas stations tack onto that. So we're close to $7 a gallon. Crazy, huh? Well, let's see what's fun and interesting in the world. All right, let's just take a look and see what the deal is. Awesome fails and wins.
Keep walking. Keep walking.
So it looks like we're gonna go hang gliding. Tandem hang gliding. And so far, not off the ground.
I ran.
Oh, that's a lot of expensive electronics right there. That's pretty cool. And slam dunk. No way. Oops. And off you go. Oh, and the head's stuck. Come on out, buddy. That's mates taking care of mates. Aww. Whoa! And I've seen that happen at home. And watch out, it's slippery. What did you do to my hair, Dad? Wow. That was funny.
What is all over your
Wow.
face?
Somebody got into chalk?
Did you eat lipstick?
I don't know.
What is that? What did you do?
Oh my goodness. Cute twins. Come on, share that thing. Thank you. Mine. No, mine. Uh-huh. Oh. What was that? An airbag. An airbag. Now you see it? Oh my god. And there it is. Uh-oh, what are we afraid of? I bet you it's a spider. Nope, it's a camel. Do you need that ear? That looks tasty. I just want the watering can. Alright, stop licking my face.
You're so stupid.
And time for rehearsal. Ba-dum-boom. That was funny.
Okay, don't do that anymore. Okay, just calm down. Calm down. Mommy's gonna break her
Alright,
leg.
now we're trying to get, what is that, a squirrel? A mouse? It's got a long tail.
Oh my gosh. Okay, jiggle a little bit.
I'm thinking, yeah. A rat, maybe?
My boyfriend.
You don't have a boyfriend.
I do have my boyfriend.
You don't have a boyfriend.
I do.
You're not allowed to have a boyfriend till you're 50.
Ow. Face
What do you
point.
think of the candidates for president this year?
Oh, that was funny. Alright, little help. Thank you very much. Dogs are smart. And that's a fail. And I reckon this is going to be a fail. And there we go. Okay.
Of everyone, the pies.
Seems you had a write-in candidate.
Oh, you cannot do this to kids. This emotionally damages them. You can't do this. Just waking up. Oh, she was onto him. Bong. Oh, I broke your frying pan.
Melting. Okay, sorry.
Happy birthday to you. And
What is he wearing?
Aww. Look at that. at the big guy.
What's October 2016?
I'm not sure what that's about.
It's crazy. Why are you videotaping?
What do you think this means, you weirdo? Hold him up.
Your shot, Sam.
Up and out. You know how it... Hold him.
And there he goes. Bye. At least you got it on video. And a little help from the cat.
Wow, she's thinking, all right, dinner.
Yep, that's a cow. That's how you milk a cow.
Look at her.
What's gonna happen here? Yeah, I thought so.
See? There we go. That's our little calf.
That was funny.
Good morning.
Little milk for the cereal.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ouch.
How to say when you're not disagreeing with everybody, that you pretty well agree with anybody.
Oh. Ouch. And another one. We just saw that. Head first. Cats are cute sometimes. See the funny part. Cute part, maybe. Okay, moving on. There we go, a little bit of spam. Didn't even know. Oh, that was horrible. I'm not big on Mimi's cat videos or anything like that. This is... There we go. Let's get onto the puppy dogs. Poodles. What do we got going on here? Little T, sleeping dogs. Like, what are you doing? I'm trying to sleep here. More cats. Okay, anyway. That's our morning hello. And now, let's get to it. We are playing Dyson Sphere Program. Or attempting to, because man was I a derp yesterday. So we were in our Dyson Sphere system, and you can almost see it. Here, you can see it better. Even though the star is outshining it. That's us right there. And we added some frames to it, which were on the inner layer here, so we added those frames there. That got us up to 137. So first things first, let's just go ahead and get something researched, because honestly I haven't been doing research in a long time, and well, did some yesterday, but wow, I'm way behind. So research speed, vanes utilization, let's get that going. Research speed's alright, but also want to get flight speed. That's logistics. I want to get the flight speed for my Mecha Icarus warped up. So we'll do some of that. Right now he's at, what are we at? 55, 0.55? Yep, 0.55 light years per second. I'd like to get up to 1, so we're going to go ahead and, not that one, we're going to go ahead and concentrate on leveling up our drive engine. Now, this one is not an infinite, believe it or not. I believe the wiki said that 1 light year per second was the highest we could go on that. So here we are on the outer planet of this system, which is very cool looking. I like the blue and yellow combination. But yeah, it has organic crystal and optical grading, so I wanted to get the optical grading started. I don't want to ever run short on that, because if I'm not mistaken, optical grading is part of our Casimir crystal, and we definitely don't get speed out of manufacturing that, because that's 1 every 4 seconds, but we want to have a goodly supply of crystal. We've already got a nice large amount of hydrogen going to the production of that Casimir. So we're not worried about that right now. We've got lots of gas giants that are wrapped with orbitals, plus what we're producing in our factories. All right. So if anyone has issues with volume of the microphone, volume of the music, which we need to get started. There we go. Haven't been doing that. I don't know why. Oh, because we were in just chatting, that's why. Okay. Now, as we announced yesterday, I became affiliate, and that opened up our bits, subscriptions, all that stuff. But it also turned on ads. So before I was an affiliate, we didn't have to worry about ads. However, now we have ads running in the stream. One of the things I was going to do yesterday that I ran out of time for, the plan is to run all of the ads, all of the pre-roll ads at the beginning of the stream, which should be about 3 minutes worth, to get them all out of the way, and then a mid-roll ad shouldn't show up for at least an hour after that. I just don't like the constant interruptions. So today I will be taking a look at that again and adjusting the ads. The only way to avoid that is to follow, or if you are on Twitch Prime. So followers and Prime users don't have to worry about seeing ads. Alright, and that takes care of the upcoming annoyances. At least you're aware of the fact that they'll be running in the stream now, and they're at their default settings. So let's just take a look at just taking a look at those timers at the moment. And also want to double check on, yes, our YouTube stream. Alright, so our YouTube stream looks like it's working properly now as far as Restream bot goes. Alright, and that's all fabulous. And Cloudbot is back with us as well. Okay. It's been a long time coming, but finally it looks like all things are working well for us. And even looks like the volumes are a little bit overdriving, so please let me know if music is too loud, microphone is too loud, or game is too loud. Okay. Alright, so we did get some optical grading crystal started on this planet. As far as mining goes, there is tons of it. Thankfully. We won't be having a shortage of it in this system or any other place. And where did, yep, so we were headed right for it. And of course, 10,000 in storage. Oh, let's get these moved out of the way like we like them. Alright, so 10,000 in the PLS. And that should put 20,000 in the ILS, which we are. Happy days. And we are running power from ray receivers, since we've got so much power in our Dyson sphere. Alright. Now, I wanted to where is our to-do list? There we go. Rocket factories and normal factories. Alright, so what we want to do is we're going to look for a planet with a nice large construction area that we're not mining off of. So we're launching from Anchat 1 and we're mining up crystal from Anchat 5. This arid desert has 100% construction area. So let's go ahead and take a look at planet number 4 and see what's what as far as construction area and resources. Alright, so we'll just zoom on over there real quick. Okay, that's good. And we've got wind energy is really high. Wow, that was fast. Okay. Looks like there's a lot of copper and a lot of titanium ore, but let's get that opened up and let's take a look and see how our planet is laid out. So one side has a lot of resources. Stone vein in the middle of the back side, a couple stone veins. But from about here, it's a pretty decent area for factories. We could bury a couple of stone veins because I really don't need those. It's half of a planet. That's not bad for rocket factory manufacturing. Not bad at all. Copper vein, there's a lot of copper on this, but there's a whole bunch of 24s if I ever decide to tap those. Alright. this could be our deal. So let's just follow the equator on around to the other side. We'll take a look at our rotation again. What have we got? We got a 4-degree tilt with a -1 obliquity, which is not bad. It's kind of a fast rotation. But the 4 degrees means we're going to have a little bit of a wobble with our pole. So we are in the winter season at the moment. All right, this is polar night, so this is the North Pole is in a polar night at the moment. So it's wobbling out of the sunlight. But you know what? We're going to do something because I didn't do it before. Let's just go back to 5 real quick and make a blueprint. Because this is a Dyson system, there is no reason in the world why I would be using any other type of energy other than fire ice. If fire ice, dude, where are you going? There we go. If fire ice were in this system, I might be tempted to use thermal generators chewing up fire ice here. However, we've got a Dyson, we've got free energy. There's really no reason in the world not to be using it. So let's go ahead and get ourselves nice big, and get it, there we go, nice big blueprint. And we're going to call this our ray receiver, polar ray receivers. Let's put in ILS. Let's get a few of these icons going. ILS with ray receivers. Boom. And of course, this is going to have green jello already. Polar RRs. And I know it's a blueprint, I'm nose blueprinting, but there's only 5 planets in the system that I'd even use it on. Obviously, we won't use it anywhere else until another Dyson sphere is built in another system. Alright, so it looks like we've got everything blueprinted. Oh, that's actually kind of big. You know what? Let's remove that bad boy and save it again. Okay. Certainly didn't need that. Everything in here was fine. Alright. Now we can head back over to the other planet and plop it down. And it'll be happy days. All right, we've got an ad in progress. I didn't realize it on Twitch. Sorry about that, Twitch folks. YouTube, you guys are still cranking, and Discord is still cranking. So if you would like to avoid those ads, I'll just wait a second. Okay, ads all done. If you guys would like to avoid those ads, really sorry about that. Hit that follow or subscribe and you'll be golden. And we're there. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, north. We are heading to that direction. Oops, that direction. And we will now put our brand new polar orbiters. Now I want to make sure that the, there we go, lined up. Force the correct. I'm pretty sure it went just fine. I don't see any need to force anything anywhere. Probably could have stocked up on some ray receivers, but as long as we've got an ILS here, we can clear that slot and we can ask for some. And we certainly don't need many, so we'll grab the minimum. And here they come. And as soon as those green pills show up, we will certainly be taking advantage of those and populating our ray receivers with them, which will turn them all on. And it looks like they're all on anyway, and that's only because of the season, so they're all in view. As soon as we wobble out of the daylight, they will be, some will be off until the green pills show up, and green pills have already circulated. That's why they're on. And there goes a bunch of them. And let's get them. Let's only take about 40 of them. That's what I figured. 20 of them disappeared. And we got 20 on hand. Okay, good. I don't even know how many that is. I probably should have looked at the blueprint. It should tell us that we have 33, so I should probably keep 33 of those on hand while I'm in this system. So let's get 13 more. There we go. Alright, that'll satisfy setting up another one. Oh, thank you, autosave. That'll satisfy setting up another one. Our warpers are already in production here. We've already got 50, plus halfway through our spares. Okay, that's great. Now, what kind of power are we getting on this system? I reckon we're going to get a gigawatt, possibly. Possibly. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's getting there. It could happen. It could happen. You just never know. Okay. I'm fairly confident. Fairly confident once we come out of the winter zone. We get right up close to that. Once we get into the summer zone. Oh, that looks cool. Shouldn't really matter though. I mean, our array receivers these are the detectors right here at the very top. So as long as they can see the Dyson sphere, and right now they're pointing almost straight up, they're detecting power, collecting power from the Dyson. So as you can see, the star is not going to rise in the east or west because we're so well vertical, only 4 degrees off the vertical. And since the Dyson is so huge, we're almost always going to see power. Well, we will see power 100% of the time. And there we go. We are over a gigawatt. That's plenty of power for construction. So since this is going to be our rocket factory, and it is going to be on this side, it looks like. There's our equator. And we'll zoom out a little bit. Actually, I want to be kind of more over right about here, actually. So just a little bit west of the Rockies. There we go. That looks good. All right. So we're going to mark our territory like a good RocketWolf. And oh, did that not connect? That did not connect. Back up one. There we go. That's the way. I could actually run a string of array receivers down here, but the wireless towers are take up the least amount of space. Well, regular poles do, but yeah. Okay. So that's our target area. Bada bing, bada boom. Let's get over to our home system and no, hang on, not the star. Let's just zoom in. That's our battery. That's our rocket system right there. Our factory system. And we're just going to do a little bit of quality check and make sure we've got blueprints and materials. It's quite the cluster of named systems. We're headed for this one. As soon as our planet shows up, we'll aim at it. See if we can punch a hole through it. looks like it's going to be up here. Pretty close. Alright. So let's turn this off here. This is all rocket production. And this is really bogus. So we're going to fix that because I'm going to blueprint these. And actually, honestly, I don't know why. Well, a lot of these are belted. It looks like we're only going to blueprint a few of these. I'll take this belted setup right here. I won't blueprint that one, and I will blueprint that one. So 1, 2 blueprints, 3 blueprints, and this is just fractionating. I don't even know why I have that. Oh, okay. No, we're not going to destroy that because that is merely stacking it to go into proliferation. It's still only 30 per second, so that's all right. Remote demand. And then remote supply, correct. Okay. Oh, Spinnymite is a big blueprint. That's right. That's because of how slow these are. It's not really that slow. It's 1 every 2 seconds, 2 every 4 seconds. It's not that bad. Oh, I know why. Because of how big the machines are. They take up a lot of space. Yeah. All right. First things first. I actually think I have a blueprint on this one. So that is Spinnymite. Chemical labs, nanotubes, Spinnymite. That one looks like an old blueprint, but no, that's the right one. Alright, so that one is taken care of. We don't have to worry about that one. And I'm not going to do the fractionator. Actually, we do need DOOT. We will need DOOT for those right there. However, we've got so many places that we're manufacturing DOOT that we're just going to do an assembly line, a box assembly line for those. And I don't believe I have a green chip. Factories, assembly. Yeah, I don't have a green chip factory. So let's go ahead and get one. And just make sure we don't grab any unneeded power poles or whatnot. And hang on, for some reason, hang on, it's proliferated going into the machines a little bit, but looks like some got wiped off. And it's not proliferated coming out. Alright. Let's make some changes here, besides which this looks horribly stupid right here. That's the way it should look. Alright. Now, proliferators. It's unbelievable. I had no idea this was not proliferated properly. What the? Really? This should be equal. 2 and 1. Oh, I got them upside down. That's why. Why did I do that? That's why I ended up going to that trouble. Wow. We're not going to blueprint that one. We're going to build a new one. That's crazy. So we'll go ahead and just proliferate these guys and not worry about blueprinting them. And that iron should be proliferated. I don't know why it came in as 2 and not a 3. And it doesn't look like we're going to be easily set up for that, so let's cut that one off there and there, and bring it out here. We'll leave that be for the time being. Cut that one there. Bring that to there and back. Probably won't be able to grab. Yeah, I can. Alright, so yep, proliferate, proliferate. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at this mess. Huh. I did not even... Wow. I didn't even belt. What a derp. So we'll go one there. And then we'll take that one out to here. Let's not go in yet because we're gonna throw proliferator on those. Actually, we can belt in right now because nothing's coming across the belt until I turn that on. Can't imagine why it's not on already. That's why, because it's 0. Close that one. Wow. Wonder what I was doing. That is crazy. Alright, let's do something funky since we're at it. that gets almost all of them. That gets them all. Not in low. No, we're okay. Yep. So we'll go with slot 4. Oh, I didn't get this last one. That's all right. All right. Put a little demand in for some blue juice. And I reckon we'll make that a nice even. Yeah. All right. And did we? Yeah, we got bots or drones in there. All right. Now, that should allow for this to be opened up. So we'll copy that and paste them in, and off they go. And proliferated they are. However, that won't make much of a difference, so I reckon that'll be okay. Alright guys, just a little warning, we got an ad coming up in just under a minute. For those of you that see ads, are not following or not subscribed, that'll be coming around momentarily. Alright, we're going to leave that as is. Now, back to see if I get this is a two item input. Oh, this is fire ice going in. 2 products coming out. And crazy me running it all right down the middle. And that's completely needless. Single stacked, and proliferated once. Oh, we're not using the tech limit. Thank you, autosave. Wow. Yeah, I set this up a long time ago at the beginning of this save. And I sure didn't double check or even realize. And it really doesn't matter about the proliferation on any of it because none of the ingredients coming in are proliferated and none of the ingredients going out are proliferated other than the fire ice, wherever that's coming from. So that's a remote demand with, yeah. And Spinnymite. Why do we have Spinnymite in here? Have I got it going out? What in the world? This only requires fire ice. An output. Wow. Why did I remote demand that? Sure wish I had some place to put that and just extract it from this. Who knows what I was doing? Who knows? I know why. Because Spinnymite is being used somewhere else. And this was the only tower. Yeah, this one right here. Local demand. That's why. And I'll bet you it's because we don't have any towers, any ILS towers demanding. But I can. Got all kinds of room for it. So let's do this. Let's turn that into storage. Make it a local supply. And then go back to this one and make a local demand. Not that one, that one. And that should transfer it all over to here. Yep. And once that's all transferred over, then we'll just eliminate that from our ILS that's making nanotubes and antimatter. Okay. Now we can put a remote demand and a local supply on that. That will now come down to this little tiny PLS that needs it. And we can now clear that slot. And I have no idea why we got warpers on that, because I didn't have a slot for it. We're belting warpers in. Actually, that's odd. Maybe we could fix that. We're making warpers locally right here. So we've asked for the green. And we belted those out to the other ILS. Okay, that's fine. That's the source for it. Alright, so that opens up a slot. However, there is a... Oh, that's not making antimatter. It's making hydrogen and graphene. Alright. We're definitely not in short supply of the graphene. And I'm almost certain there's going to be a stocked ILS full of graphene on this one. And there it is, 21,000. Alright. So we got 40,000 graphene. Sheesh. That's the way we like it. That is the way we like it. All right. In this case, belting is not a huge problem. especially when you have a stack of 4 coming out of the ILS. And it's only a single product with 2 going back out. What would be ideal is having only 2 rows with the hydrogen and the graphene going back to the ILS down the center, and then just pumping. Actually, that would be the slowest process. And that'll only be a 30 per second stack of 1 going back to the ILS, where it's a stack of 4, 120 per second coming out. Which means that could be a nice box situation. And filter the splitter. That could be a really good situation. Interesting. Alright, so what do we produce on these? So it produces 2 graphene and 1 hydrogen. Or we could just have graphene. That's the way I would do that. 2 ingredients going in and a single product coming out with no byproduct. I hate byproduct because it seriously don't need to be producing hydrogen. It's everywhere. Freaking everywhere. Yep, so we won't be blueprinting that one. We'll be creating a new one of those. However, what we're going to do, this is all the ingredients for rocket production. That culminates, oops, right up really? Where's our rockets? There they are. It all culminates right here. So all of this is just for this. So let's do this. Right out to here. Yep, and then what I'll do is when I lay this down, I'll just eliminate the ILSs of the rows we're not going to use, so eliminate that one, modify that one, modify that one. Yep, that's the way we'll go, because we're definitely keeping that. Yep, that's it. All right, so we'll just call that a rocket factory. We'll put a rocket in there. There we go. All right, that should do it. It's Zombaroni. Good morning from here. Good afternoon, good evening for wherever you are at. Glad to have you here, and I'm glad I was able to provide another stream for you. We're on a schedule, so same time every day, Monday through Friday. Hopefully that falls somewhere within your entertainment time frame. Alright, so we got that ready to plop down on an Anchor, or Anchat. Why do I think that's Anchor? Anyway, Planet 5. No, Planet 4. Arid Desert, correct. 17 hours behind, so you must be Pacific Standard Time in the U.S. On a Wednesday. Mountain Time, okay. 18 for Pacific. So you're probably right at mid-afternoon, just before dinner, eh? Ten to 6, yeah. Okay, there you go. Well, certainly glad to have you along. I just made myself hungry thinking about dinner, and it's only almost 11 a.m. here on Thursday. So I just tortured myself until lunch rolls around. And I have to go shopping, so it's even worse. Because we don't get any lunch or dinner items on the menu or in the kitchen yet. And here it comes. Looks like it's going to be out in this direction. That planet. And we're here. Go, Gadget, Icarus. Beautiful landing. Just like a standard GBM 1,000 pound bomb. Alright, we are going to be on this side of the planet. And that puts us on the equator. And now we'll just take a look and see what that'll look like. Well, we definitely want to stay between the regions, which we are. Oops, touchy. Hang on. Tab, that's the two corners. That's the center of the blue. Oh, yes, because of how long the, yeah, that dude line is. Alright, so let's see if we can zoom in a little tighter and get our ILS lined up on a, ooh, touchy. Oh, hang on. Wow. Come on. There we go. And bring it down. Why is it flipping around? That's crazy. Oh well, alright, so glide. We don't care. Do we? Oh, we forgot to flatten our, yeah, that's alright. We'll just plop it down and then, flatten it. Alright, so one at a time. Let's turn these off as they turn on. And actually, before we do that, we can just turn everything to storage. And we'll review what they actually need. Storage. The local demand shouldn't be an issue. Storage. storage, that cancels anything that's inbound. And storage. We will leave that because we do like that. Alright. Alright, that takes care of the ILSs. Should be... Oh, somebody delivered. There we go. You guys can go back until we get you figured out. Yep. Okay. Beautiful. There won't be anything happening there. Alright. Now. Now we can take a look at this kind of stuff. That is a 2-item recipe. This is going to be solar sails. So, yeah. 2-item recipe that can actually take a box. So, that is actually proliferated properly. That's alright, we're going to change that. Yep, alright, so, wrong button. And yep, those will be different as well. Okay. Now, this bad boy, and that looks like that's going to be frames. I wish we could see what the recipe is on the Ghost machines. But it doesn't really matter. These are the outputs. And I can't see the outputs either. We know it's frame materials. Silicon, titanium, alloy, and nanotubes. And outputs of frames. Alright. Since that's a 3-item, let's see what we can do. Can we box method that? 1 every 6 seconds. 4 nanotubes. So that would definitely go on the bottom row of boxes, which that's not such a bad thing. Yep. Alright, so that'll be a 3-item box line. So we can certainly get rid of that and put in a blueprint for a 3-recipe box line. And we definitely want to go over here to our terraformer. And oh, come on now, why didn't that bury? Lack of item, really? Yeah, you know why? Helps if you put some in the inventory. Okay. Go save. Alright, so let's do this. let's take, oh, I don't have any. That's right. Next up. That box line was Spinnemite. No, Spinnemite was on the, Spinnemite into nanotubes. That's perfectly fine the way that's going. And we have components made of all local demand. Correct. That's great. And proliferated. Hang on. This is another one. I'm going to check these ILSs as well because, and the PLS. That's a 4. That's a 4. So I had the brains to mark some of these with a 4 on the outputs, which eliminates the need for stackers or for huge setups, because we can get 120 per second coming out. That being said, in certain situations such as this, which is the components, having 120 per second coming out is perfectly fine on a belt line instead of a box line. And since that's a 2-ingredient recipe, the outputs are going down the middle and down the outside, so that's fine as well. The only thing is this one's missing a proliferator here for some reason. It's not for some reason, it's because I'm a senior and I got dirt moments and senior moments. But yeah, that's how that is. Alright, let's see what this bad boy is all about. Oh, we won't be able to see that one yet. This will be our dupe production. For a... Is that 3 items, really? Sure is. Alright, 3 items on a belt line. 20 deuterium at 120 per second. So that would be 60 assemblers per second. No, 6 assemblers per second on 120 per second belt line. So it takes 12 seconds to make 2. So every 12 seconds pulling 120 dute on 6 machines every 12 seconds. So 6 more machines reduces that to every 6 seconds. 18 machines reduces that to 3 seconds. So probably 18 to 20 machines is the maximum we can pull off of a belt without creating a vacuum on the belt. 2, 4. Yep, so we can tweak this properly. So we've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. So right about there. And then we will go ahead and, what are you doing, Rocket? After that, we'll go ahead and tweak the necessary number of machines out to where they need to go. And that will solve that issue. And we're just going to fix this all together. That's just insanity. So I have my insanity moments. And we're not going to use this one either because we actually have a processor's blueprint we're going to use, which is faster and better than these. Right, and these are the photon combiners. This one's actually not such a bad setup because that is 1 every 3 seconds, and it's only prisms or optical grading and processors. Okie doke, Zombaroni. Have a good dinner. Appreciate the lurk. Or if you don't lurk and you just pop back in later, always glad to have you in. Enjoy your groceries. And I'll try not to think about the fact that I'm out of food in the kitchen and hungry. All right. That side is all good. Okay, so that looks like that takes care of everything. I really don't need to manufacture Doot. Seriously. Seriously don't. And we will just pipe it. Or not pipe it, we will place a request for that. Yep, already did that one. Okay, so everything's looking good. With only a few minor tweaks. And a few production blueprints to plop down. Alright. Now, look at all of that power. Let's go ahead and... What line was that again? Was that fracture? No, that wasn't fracture. That was spinny mic. That's right. Alright, with that being said, we are going to go ahead and set up... No, we don't actually have to. We can actually pull remote demands for all of those because they are ILSs. Yes. Alright, let's see who has empty slots so I can ask for some equipment. It's not actually going to be a lot of them, so I think what we'll do is we'll go ahead and make a small ring. Yep, we'll make a small ring of equipment requests, equipment request ILSs right up here. Yeah, we'll do that, and I'm going to go ahead and right off the bat ask for not going to clear that one. We'll do it off of one of these. We'll ask for some ILS And we don't have to worry about warpers because whatever ILS it's coming from already has warpers and vessels, and it will deliver, and we'll be satisfied with that. I think we're done with those. We'll put those away. We really don't need that. Well, we really don't need these batteries. I don't even know why I have them. So what we'll do with the batteries, since batteries are very cool to have every once in a while, is we'll go ahead and grab all of those, and I reckon right about here. Well, I knew that. All right. And the reason we're doing this is to empty the batteries and send the empty batteries back to the recharged world, the battery world, free solar energy world, because there's probably not a huge demand right now for charged batteries to be used powering any planets. So that would take a long time to put these into a ILS, wait for them to be demanded. So we're just going to drain them here. And then send the empties back to the recharge plant, because it's a whole lot easier to drain these in rapid time. Since I did remove these from a power generating area, there's a good likelihood, and I'm hoping not, that some replacement empties were produced, because these were not sent back to the battery world to begin with. Oh, that's right. I really wish we could overlap those to get them. We can't. Oh, missed it by that much. Alright, Icarus, behave. Wow. Yay. Alright, so Rocket, how are you going to drain those batteries? Well, that's easy. The rest of the factory is now cut off from Dyson Sphere power and running solely on battery power, and as you can see, they're discharging. And it won't take long. Since they're discharging at 160 kilowatts. And as soon as we plop some more idle machines down, we're going to be drawing a whole lot more power. Alright, let's get our ILS out of here. And that should... Boom. Alright, we're going to turn... Now we're going to leave that there. We're going to turn that off for the time being. And... turn that off. And that should be it for the ILS. Yep. Beauty, way to go. Alright. Since we do have belts. No, we don't have belts. Okay. Now that we've got that, we can put some equipment ILS down. So we'll take those from here. And we'll leave a small gap. Actually, we don't need to. I don't want to be on... Oh, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. That'll be fine. That would be certainly fine. Should be all we need for equipment. Alright, so oops, first things first, we'll ask for a few belts since I am out of belts. I'm actually going to put... No, hang on. I'm going to put all but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Get those in there. Can I not? Oh, no, you can't put them on the orbitals. Derp. Okay. Oh my goodness, what are we at? Almost a 2-hour stretch here. We're well overdue for a break, so let's get these requested. And what else do we need? Some boxes. Got 100, but we could use a few more. So we'll ask for 200. And we're going to need insorters for sure. No, wrong ones. That one, please. And we'll probably ask for 500 of those. And that should take, machines. So, yep, I don't have any blues. So we'll ask for some blues. Probably won't need more than that. We're going to use half of those, I'm sure, right off the bat. And we don't need smelters. Vessels. How are we doing on vessels? We could use some vessels. We've got 20 of them. Yep. Drones and bots. Power poles. We are going to need power poles. So let's grab some of those. Probably won't need more than about 200, and then we can throw the rest into our storage. That should do it. Splitters. That should be enough splitters. Okay, all set. So while we await the anticipated arrival from our home system, let's put our dice on our left, and we will do a short bio break, a stretch, a hydrate, a caffeinate, interrogate, propagate, whatever you need to do, and we'll be back shortly. Okie doke, we're back at it. Hope everybody got hydrated, stretched, refreshed, and so on. Now, we should have received a goodly number. Of items. So we'll stock up on those and hang on. Back up there. Okay. Now our power drain is going to start draining as these fill in, which is what we want. Drain those batteries. Power usage from idle machines and whatnot. Oh, you know what I didn't? What I didn't do is I didn't request some of those cool looking labs, and I actually don't have them in my list, so we'll go ahead and make a request for those as well. Not from that one. Go from that one, and we'll ask for the super duper ones. We like those. And it looks like we used those up rather quick, so we will restock on our belts. And maybe our inserters. No, we got plenty of inserters. There we go. Go Gadget Construction Bots. Love those guys. Absolutely love those guys. And how many have we got on the proliferators? We might end up getting a request for those shortly as well. Alright, for anybody that is unaware, you can join my Discord. You can watch the stream from Discord and chat from Discord, and it will get automatically simulcast back into Twitch. Also it'll get simulcast into YouTube and into Streamlabs. All the chats and all the places are connected through simulcast, so it doesn't matter whether you're watching and chatting from Discord, watching or chatting from YouTube, watching or chatting from Twitch, watching or chatting from Streamlabs website. All of them are simulcast and interconnected and displayed in all of the chats all at the same time. So if there's an ad coming up, please stand by for those that are not following or subscribed. Hadn't started, that ad break hadn't started yet. It will. There it goes. Okay. Alright, welcome back everybody from those that were sadly interrupted with an ad break. And really, I used up all of those already. I did indeed. Not too sure I need that actually. That was the fractionator. We do need deuterium, however, I've got such a huge supply of that. And it looks like that was hydrogen coming out, which we don't need. Oh, thank you, autosave. Much appreciated. That one is just for warpers. I'm going to double check these ILSs again because I just found another one not properly tagged with the maximum stack of 4 output. I think that was the only one. Yeah, that was the only one I missed. Okay. All right. That means we won't need this. Beautiful. And we actually have warpers going out. We don't actually need a warper demand here. Because we can actually get them from here just by throwing the splitter in. And actually we can do this. Just like that. Okay. Looking good, looking good. All right, local demand. We have no blue juice coming into the planet, so let's get some. Oh, yes, we do. Local supply. No drones. Local supply. Alright, let's throw some drones in here. That will help. That should deliver the blue where it needs to go. Beautiful deal. All right. Now we just need to take these one by one. And we will make this, not that one, this one, remote demand, local demand. Actually don't need a local demand because we're not doing that now. Remote demand, 20K, very good. And it is proliferated. Now, blue motors. So I reckon we're making blue motors here somewhere. Which have not started production yet. Not that one. It's not that one. Ah, okay, so we're not making blue motors. So that will be one of the things we need to make. Actually, we can make that a remote demand. And here they come. That actually takes care of that one. And we'll watch and see how that goes with production. Once those come in, let's hope those are... Let's do this. Let's break that for now. And break the other one before they come out. And make sure they're proliferated when they come in. If they're not, then we'll proliferate them on the way out of them. They are proliferated. Excellent. And we'll watch how those how fast those produce. Every one of these machines should come on. And they do. So we'll go 1001, 1002, 1003, so about 10 per second. So we can definitely increase that production. And where are the... right there. So it looks like every other, or every second one. So we will grab... yeah, we'll grab two at a time. Let's see what happens with that. Look at that. Those inserters did not get copied. That's all right. All right. So first things first, we will connect up the belts where they belong. Then we will copy over. anybody that's missing inserters. Alright, looks like everything is going well on that. Let's also change this to extra production. Alright. Alright, now let's see what kind of speed we're getting out of this monster. So 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004. So 4 seconds for 100, 50 for 2, 25 per second. So we can actually ramp that up a little bit more. We just want to make sure that we're not putting a vacuum on the supply belts, which they're not. They're fully stocked. And the return belts are obviously not saturated, so we can go a lot more with those. So let's try this. Hang on, before we even do that. Before we even do that, let's, eliminate some of these. So every second one. Not that one. Not that one. That one. So they will go there and there. Okay. Now we can grab from here all the way up to there and simply overlap the... Nope. Try that again. We'll go from there up to there. That's the way. Now that should get pasted properly. Like that. And like that. Ah, well. Still not spacing out the inserters like the power poles like I wanted. But we will get them. All right, now we have run clean out of dupe. Here comes another load. And we got plenty on the way. Let's crank up that power a little bit more. Yes, Duke production is coming along. Okay. That takes care of that one. Alright, now, why are these guys not filling up with warpers? Lack of material, really? Did I not request? Okay, something happened to the belt, that's why. We don't have any sorters. Wow. Yes, we do. That's probably the wrong kind, that's why it didn't get up. Boom. Look at that. Done. Alright. Hydrogen. That is going to be a remote supply because fire ice will make hydrogen, but we're going to use the graphene locally. Excellent. All right. One machine row at a time. This is making rockets, so we don't... Oop, easy there, buddy. There we go. This will be making rockets, so that's the last one we'll come to. Alright. Fire ice on the way. As that comes in, actually we're not going to local supply that, we're going to remote supply that. And it's likely we are not going to need that many storage tanks. And okay, we're getting yellow lights. Guess what? Our batteries are depleted. Woohoo! Completely? Almost. Almost completely. And coming down rather quickly. Once that is, then we'll delete them and send them back home. So I might as well have a tower of empties. Where are they? There they are. Remote supply. Done deal. And that looks like the last of them. Oh, some more. I don't want to delete any yet until these are completely discharged, because they're all linked. Go power drain. Yes, indeed. Coming down the home stretch. Oh, sorry, Zombroni, you're back. I did not see you back. You have a bottleneck in your buildings. My only source of supermagnetic rings is my deuterium fuel build. Right. No, I don't consider a stockpile of anything as overkill. Reason being, as you expand, there's never enough. So you may have a stockpile now, but that, I guarantee you, will get depleted. And then you'll be looking for more sources of sulfuric. So super magnetic rings. Your only source is your deuterium fluid or fuel build. I see what you're getting at. The only consumption is your dupe build. Yep, okay, so literally all raw materials go in and fuel rods come out. Yep. Understand that. So you don't have just 3 items on that factory. That factory includes all of the recipes and items that need down the line from dupe manufacturing. So you've got super magnetic rings. They also include your titanium, which requires sulfuric and steel and so on. Is that what you're getting at? All the way down to the raw materials, the ingots, correct? Gotcha. Oh, thank you, autosave. So, super magnetic rings are actually, that's right, used in mechanical, other than the dude, is used in mechanical equipment. Yep. I can understand that. That's the only place it's really used at. Let me check something. Let's see if I can kill my computer. Oops. Let me find my cheat sheet. And there we go. And we'll turn that on. We'll enlarge it. And there you go. It's all mechanical. If you're not using EEs and you're not making belts, you're not making belts. I can see a very, very small need for the satellite substations, a high demand for the belts, and a medium demand for the dupe because of rocket production. Other than that, main hub's not necessary, but you should have some sort of production for belts. And if you're using a belt method for most of your builds, those super magnetic rings should be going quite heavily into producing belts, unless you're not building that fast. But using blueprints, oh my god, stamping down blueprints will demand those belts. So you'll definitely be using those super magnetic rings in your belt production, as well as your dude. Yeah. All right, we are ready to mass delete. Actually, I don't want to delete. I want to collect them up. Where are they going to go? Oh, that's right. Yeah, delete goes into my inventory. I was thinking that delete destroys and then it doesn't. I had that brain fart the other day, too. Thinking that, oh my god, I just deleted something that disappeared and it just went in my inventory. Because it's always done that. Yeah, I know that feeling. So making something somewhere, I've got that exact same memory issue because I haven't labeled. Oh, speaking of labeling planets and star systems. Yes, so on this save, the reason I've got so many hours is because I have been slowly attacking this so that I don't have to rely on my memory. So the main focus for me is supposed to be labeling. So in doing so, this should be Dyson 1. And that will rename all the planets to Dyson 1, 2, 3, 4, and Dyson 1-1, 2, 3, 4. And it has. And then, as I'm on a planet, obviously, I can edit it without affecting the others. Rocket production. That should be good. I know we can only go so far with those. Yep. So that will help you. So it should help me because at a glance, I should be able to go into star map view and see. Okay, got it. I know I got a Dyson there. And click on that and see that I've got, oops, I clicked on the planet, and see that I've got rocket production on that planet. We know that this is rocket launching, so we can look at that one, and we're not doing anything else here, so we can call this the launcher, and that will not affect the other planets. So as I view the other planets, launcher stays there, and rocket production is only naming the star renames the rest of the planets. Yeah, exactly. Planet for processors and circuits, another planet for motor. That's right. So you can spam your blueprints down for each product type on a planet. I mean, we've got 64 star systems on average, 2.5 planets orbiting that star system. So, you know, you got 160 planets to work with, basically, for designating mining planets, processor planets, and so on. So, in my home system, I need to do this. So this is batteries and science. Sci-Bats. And this one is strictly rocket production. And of course, home is home. And I've been meaning to go ahead and do that with all of these guys, but I forgot to keep up with that. However, I did keep up with the fact that I have a factory system, which is, it's called a factory system, but it's strictly raw materials being mined. So it's not factory, it's mining, because this is a dual. That's not it. That is the factory system. So, Rocket, you dare hitting the wrong button. There is a mining. There it is, all mining. So this is strictly, this is two that are strictly mining operations, because there is a ton of all the resources on all of those. Correct. And this one is. So as you can see, this is hydrogen and DOOT. There is a... there's not another gas giant unless that's it. This is not. This is a planet, but... I'm actually not doing anything with that one. I've got a planet that is 189 fire ice on a planet. So even though this one's only hydrogen and DOOT, there are ice giants around. Honestly, I don't think I am... Oh yeah. If I've labeled them, there's probably a gas giant or an ice giant in it, so I'm collecting them both ways like that. So yeah, I don't think I found a dual giant system with a gas and an ice, or a double gas or a double ice giant. But I know I've got some here somewhere. I just haven't discovered them yet. Alright, now that we've got batteries taken care of, let's put them back in there, and they should go away right away. They are. All 781 are being collected. That being said, we can now put our connection back and repower everything, and we're back in business. And the empties are going back to where they belong. Alright, let's get rid of that one as well. And where did we start? We started back on this one over here, so Rocket is last. Not me, those. We got that one going. And looks like we might still need to step that up temporarily, so we'll go with, what's the default? 60 something. $35 out of 36,000. Satisfaction. Oh, 60. So we'll bump this up to 180. That should be enough to satisfy the vessels. The dice fare is 35,000 out of 36,000. Okay, so let's just... You're not talking about satisfaction. I know you said you got 15 gigawatts. What's the 35 out of 36K? Talking about requested power versus generator power? The structures. Oh, okay, right. That's a stat that pops up. Nodes in total, sales in total, 0 from your course. I know that stat shows up here somewhere. Probably only while they're being delivered it shows up. Swarm, orbitals, shell, swarm power, nodes. Ah, okay, here we go. I got you, right. Structure points, cell points, brains. Yep. Now, let's do all of them. Let's turn all of these on. Okay, they're all on. All layers. There we go. So I've got 570 frames in this 137 gigawatt Dyson. And you're saying you've got 35,000 frames and only 15 gigawatts being generated? And that's not even counting what power the sails provide you if you put sails in? Oh, I was going to say, 98 frames. What's the 35,000? I don't get what that is. Structures. Are you talking about frames, nodes, sails? Or are you talking about the components that make rockets? I'm lost. Structure points. Oh, okay. Constructed structure points, 50,000. Out of 137 gigawatts. So if you've got 35,000. Oh, I see. It doesn't give a total. Okay, I got you. 69,000 on that one. 546,000 on that one. 50,000 on that. I got you. I got you. As long as I've been playing this game, I've never noticed that. And that, I'm sure, was added with an update because we never had these stats before. So that was during one of our updates. Probably within the last 6 months to a year. Wow, 1.8 million sales. Sheesh. I don't do that, even though it has a, even though there's a, there's a stat that shows up down here for, optimizing your sales and reducing your save file size. I've used that on another save after it came out, and it only marginally reduced my save file size. So the only time I ever use sales is for the production of frame components or rocket components. And actually, let's see if it popped. Yeah, optimize sales, solar sail memory down here. Yeah, it was. I mean, that was a step in the right direction to get some sort of optimization there because it bloated the save file size so badly. Speaking of save file size, however, as you can see, no, let's not do that one. Let's do the save. You can see the save size is better. Save file size. So this one is only 139 gigabytes. And that's really, really reduced because I'm not using any sails, but I'm getting all the power I need from the frames. That one was a second anniversary, or that was the anniversary last year. That was a 2-year anniversary, so I didn't even get started before I moved on. 75 gigabytes on that one. Version 8.19 was 129 gigabytes. The biggest one is going to come from the first game. So after, because I was up near almost 900 gigabytes with this. After optimizations and deleting solar swarms. I still had sales absorbed into the Dysons. Dropped it down to 254 gigabyte, which is hang on. This is in bytes. That's 254 megabytes. Megabytes or gigabytes? Because that's millions. That's millions. If that's millions of bytes, if this is not 565K, 506,254 giga. No, that's right. That's right. It can't be giga. Because my drive's only a 1 terabyte drive. I was reading that wrong. I was saying it wrong. Anyway, the whole idea was it bloated the save file size up into the megabytes, but as you can see, it was huge. It was huge. Yeah, it's bytes. I'm just using Dirt Brain a whole lot lately. That being said, the main point is how big the file sizes were before the devs actually did some real good optimizations to get all that. And they realized that it was the solar sail data that was bloating the save file sizes, and they attacked that pretty rigorously. Alright, that one's done. This one should be yeah, we're good on that now. Look how fast it produced. That's the way we like it. So very low on this to keep the graphene producing, and if we produce too much after the graphene's being demanded, if we produce too much hydrogen to fill up the ILS, it will pop into the extra storage. Never actually seen that go past the first 2 tanks. Alright, so that is done. Now this is the one that needs its standard 2-recipe blueprint. And that will come from assembling. No, I have a factory that's actually specified for in the fresh start processors box line. Bada bing, bada boom. And that's not proliferated. We'll check it though. Alright, so let's get this rotated and overlapped right about... No, hang on. I don't want processors. I want circuit boards. Jeez, Rocket. Circuit boards. Circuit boards. Green things. There we go. That's not it. It's not my box line. And it's not in fresh start, so it must be in new. There it is. Nope, that's micro components. Circuit boards. That can't be it. Oh, you like that? I like this particular genre, electronic, which also can double as deep beats or dance or whatnot. Yeah, nostalgic 90s. You know what I don't have? This is because it is it is Soundstripe. Soundstripe, I believe, is the extension for Streamlabs DMCA free music. I didn't see any module for displaying in chat or on the scene an attribute to what song, you know, it doesn't show an attribute for Soundstripe or what song is being played. It is DMCA free, so obviously it doesn't need to have an attribute of any kind in order to comply with Creative Commons copyrights, so maybe that's why. I don't know. Back to business. It's not fresh start, it's not new start, so it's got to be in. That is CPU. Alright, so I actually didn't make one. It's not here. So that's a two-item input from Boxline. It lists for Soundstripe. I'll have to check into that. So your broadband wasn't cruising because you had the silicon crystal on supply instead of not. Yeah, you know, I've run into that as well. And I've also done something really ridiculous, like earlier in the stream here. I was looking at my circuit board production, and I didn't even connect output belts to it. Came all the way up to the box and stopped. And then not only did I not have output belts, they were also on 0. So they weren't going to pass any through it to a belt when the belt was actually finally put in. So, oh my god, I have those moments so often. Alright, so we got... Come on, you dirt. Alright. I see. So we got copper coming out there, and we have iron coming out here. Right? Because there's... And that's what's so great about this game. It's not as easy as just remembering the recipes, remembering how to do a build real quick. I mean, a factory. It's not that easy, and I love that. It's always challenging your memory, challenging your creativity, all of that stuff. It's just absolutely awesome. And by the way, please, I did a significant amount of tweaks yesterday, so if there's any audio issues like overpowering music or overpowering mic or overpowering game sounds, which I actually don't hear my game sounds very well. I hear the music. But just let me know, and I'll retweet what needs to be tweaked. Okay, so it looks like, from the looks of this, I was doing a double feed. Boom, boom, boom. I was doing a double feed of each, which I actually didn't need to do because they are 124 or 120 per second coming out of here. So this actually only needs to be one of each. Oh, we're not going down the center at all, that's for sure. Because of the splitter. Oh, I reckon it could be, yeah. Music is overpowering? Okay. Let's get that, let's get that tweaked down, and then that up to there. That actually didn't have a very significant increase. Let's go up a little bit more. There we go. That should be a little bit better. And, okay. Was that too much on the game? Okay, cool. Awesome, awesome. Thank you very much for that. Alrighto. I do that quite often. You know, I'll be watching a Dyson streamer and picking up tips, techniques, that kind of thing while I'm playing and implementing stuff right away. So, yeah. No worries. That's not going to fit in there because this is in the way. There we go. Rotate, please. I see. I am one block away from too close that way. Alright, let's do this. Let's put that there. And this guy, instead of ending there, we will end his route there. Beautiful. Okay. Alright, that takes care of 120 of each. Which means I don't need these guys. And the output is from a ground level. Which means this one will come from there. And those are proliferated out, those are proliferated in. Those are proliferated in. Okay. Super deal. Now, raws. So this is going to be, yep, collecting raw from a remote area and a remote area. And this will be local supply for now. And hang on, let's cut this off real quick. Boom. And boom. Cut that off for now until we've got the recipe set correctly. So it's 2, 4, or no, 2 iron per second, which will be the fastest draw, which means that'll be on the bottom. So let's get that situated. And since that is 2, we're going to double. Thusly, I can't wait till the devs add the ability to right-click a slot or shift-click a slot and designate that slot for a particular item. Can't wait for that. That's going to be so much more funner. And, I mean, they went halfway because the inserters can filter product in and out of machines and boxes. And you can put multiple items in boxes, different kinds. But you can't designate only this particular product can go into this box. I mean, the inserter can do that, but when you have the ability for products to push up through a box, it contaminates. And being able to designate something like this, saying only iron ingots go here, if copper ingots are below it, they can't automatically push up into empty iron ingot slots. That would be a huge quality of life improvement for these bad boys. Oops, let's try that again. Alright, and then we'll put copper down here. And then copper will go on the top row. So we'll go ahead and designate that one. Hang on. Already? Now that's actually not very surprising. I go through boxes and inserters like nobody's business. And not many belts at all. So we will go ahead and adjust these to be copper. Alright, bottom ones are set. Get the spacing on those. That will set the bottom. That will set the machines. Very good. Antimatter, yes. That is a critical one not to be short of. Fantastic that you did that. Nice Nice hefty buffer size. Yeah, you'll still have to watch that though. I'll guarantee you you'll have to watch that. Maybe not so heavily in the short term. But after you start doing expanding your sciences and more rocket production, actually I don't think, hang on, I don't think antimatter is used in rockets. It's not in, the rods are not. No, it'll be just your science. Hang on. Yep. That's right, just for the white. Because red doesn't use them. The red's using the hydrogen. Yep. That would be it. Let's take a look real quick. Antimatter comes from, oh, that's hydrogen. There it is. Yep. Rods and white. Artificial suns, yeah, I don't use the artificial suns very much either. I've got a couple that I plopped them down because I was launching rockets and collected the photons, and antimatter was part of that equation somehow. And it was driven by the fact that I wanted to give Icarus the antimatter rods because they last frickin' forever. So, I mean, I'm hovering right now, and it's, you know, am I hovering? No, I'm not. So even while you're hovering, you can see how slow it is. I mean, I could literally hover here all day, all of tomorrow. Yeah, exactly. So my core right now is at 22.3. Fuel generates 56 megawatts. You know, I like that it's huge. So got plenty of room to store, and you know, each cylinder 56 megawatts. Wow. Yeah, that's good stuff. So, oops. Wrong button. That's what I want. I forgot what I was getting. Right, we got boxes. That's what we were getting. And we got that all copied over. Oh yeah, that's what we're doing. Wrong one. Oh, it was the insorters. Right. Okay. Now we're in business. So it's only warping from one side of the galaxy to another side that it uses my power, but it generates instantly. Yep. So, and that's, you know, I don't have any recharge. I don't use any of the wireless stations for recharging or anything because antimatter recharges. And of course, that's also based on your technology, you know, so what's your recharge rate? Blah, 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 blah. Mech warp sail, drive engine. I wish that would disappear. Okay. Fuel power, where's the recharge? Yeah. Core generation is 80 kilowatts. That's standard for everybody. Once you get your mecha core, that's what I was looking at, mecha core. Mecha core level gives you your energy, improve mecha core, and great interest upper limit of mecha core energy. Yeah, upper. Right, so it's the mecha core that it improves, which is your hang on, I thought that 80 kilowatts was a standard core generation. The fuel chamber, 795 gigajoules. Fuel generation, no, the core energy is max energy. So down here, your core energy shows the mecha's core energy. So that's the one that recharges as you use it up. Moving, gathering, and construction energy can be replenished by adding fuel. If the mecha's energy is depleted, its activities are restricted. Yep. So, all right. Power generation is 80 kilowatts. Fuel power is 56 megawatts. One of those determines the speed that you recharge, and antimatter, of course, is the highest fuel source you can get. So, so the 56, that's what it is, 56 megawatts. So you know how your ILS uses 60 megawatts standard to recharge the vessels as they come and go? Same thing with your mech. So this one is almost the same power as an ILS, 56 megawatts, close to 60 megawatts, which is increased by this one, the mecha core. So mecha frame, or maybe it's energy circuit. Recovery speed, that's it. Energy circuit. Increases the rate that you recover your power after you've used it up out of your core. The faster the mecha converts fuel into energy, which recharges you. So, wow, I'm only on level 9. And that's an infinite too. So you can literally get to, so where's energy circuits in our mecha max? Yeah, so see, energy circuit's not even a statistic or a stat. Just here. I mean, just down here. Yeah, so core level is your max energy. Energy circuit is how fast you recharge using it up. So like when you're warping, obviously you use up your core energy, gigajoules, your battery, that's your core energy. So you're warping, you use that up, you're constructing, you use that up, and flying or floating around, you use that up. And your energy circuit determines how fast that recharges, recovery speed or recharge speed. They should reword this. Increase the recharge speed of your mecha core energy. But I imagine recovery and recharge being the same, basically in definition. So, yeah, it gets to a point where it's almost instant. Uh-oh, hang on. What happened here? What happened is I copied the wrong box. So we will just put new inserters. Come on, dang it. It's not a collide. I hate the fact that Icarus doesn't turn on a dime. There we go. So we do need to delete those guys. Oops. What did I just delete? Nothing? That was close. Okay. That's the way. And that's what we need, is we need the copper on the top, the least in demand. Well, I just missed all of those guys. Did I? I did. Wow. All because Rocket can't aim. Oh, by the way, do you like my little bits at the bottom? They're not actually called bits. They're actually called rocket fuel in the stream. So the bits you earn, you're actually earning rocket fuel. And I made a little icon for it. Because, you know, rocket. Yeah, channel points. That's it. That's it. Correct. Couldn't think of what they're called. I'm so used to using Mixer, and I haven't used Mixer in, you know, over 2 years since it closed down. Brain's still stuck in Mixer mode. And I never live streamed YouTube. So now I am live streaming YouTube, but only via Twitch. Alright, so that should set us up quite nicely. I see all the correct filtration on the inserters. And let's go ahead and put the copper in first, since that's the least in demand. And goes up to the top and starts going. Yay! Alright, and then we can now go ahead and pump our, that's it, our iron in, and we will open the slot. Hang on, let's take a few of these. And that should do. And we'll open a slot of them right there. And open a slot for them right there. And those will go to town. And here come the green. Just like that. Oh my goodness, I haven't been watching the notification on ads. Zombroni, did you get any ads displayed to you, or are you Prime? Are you a Prime subscriber? No ads. You don't have Prime, and oh, you're following. That's why. Never mind. You don't see the ads because you're following. Right. There's one coming up in about 11 minutes anyway. And we've only had one break in our 3 hours and 24 minutes. We're going to have a short break here for about 3 to 5 minutes. So while this is now in operation and going swimmingly, I'll leave that place so people can see how that's working. Right about there. All right, we'll be right back. Okay, back. All right. Let's see what I can find. I haven't seen ads in streams in over a year because I'm a Prime subscriber. So I have Amazon Prime, and Twitch Prime, obviously. It's on. All right, what are stream display ads? Okay, so stream display ads are 15-second display ads that show on channels. Viewers are able to see and hear creators while these ads are displayed. Okay, so that's a change from before. Before, the ad blocked the stream and all you saw was the ad. And of course, you couldn't hear the streamer or anything about the stream because the ad obliterated it. Now it says creators don't have to do anything different to use them. Now apparently ads display at the... Okay, so viewers will still be able to see and hear you while the ad is playing. Okay. Opting out of stream display ads means you are opting out of less disruptive and ad experience for your community. Creators can opt out of stream display ads shown on their channel via the creator dashboard, blah, blah, blah. So revenue earned for stream display ads will be added to the creator's. So if I opt out of that, I won't earn any revenue from displaying ads. Can viewers close or minimize stream display ads while they are showing? No, viewers won't be able to close or minimize the ads for the time period they are showing. Okay, so if you are actually seeing ads. Oh, you said you weren't seeing any ads. Okay. And my channel's on the default of running 1 minute 30-second ads every half hour. So 3 minutes per hour of ads. You're a follower. I'm wondering why you're not seeing ads. Because according to the stream manager, they are playing on schedule. Well, that's kind of interesting. Okay. Well, we're not going to worry about it. What? What? Right here. I'm missing 252 inserters. In that one spot. Why is that? Why am I missing? Is that on the other side of the planet? Oh, from me. Look at me go. I'm carrying around a missing inserters. Well, I'm not missing them because there's a crap ton of them right there. Oh, oops. That's interesting. Blue inserters. It says I am missing them. 252. I have 2, 4, 6, 8. I have 1,000. Plus another 105. Alright, Dyson Sphere, what are you up to? Why are you telling me that? And why can't I turn you off? Oh, that's going to be annoying. Oops. That iron can actually go. Uh-oh, we got some spray wiped off for some reason. It's not a blueprint, it's me. It's connected to me, saying I'm missing. But I'm not. Fly to it. Oh. Holy smokes. It was pointing to me, so it was basically, yeah. That was confusing because I thought it was basically saying I'm missing those inserters. Because I'm used to it pointing to, you know, the planet or somewhere on the planet, you know, or another planet where they're missing from. Where an incomplete blueprint was at. So apparently, yeah. Anyway, wow, 20,000 circuit boards done and dusted, and nothing flat. And sure as shoot, the spray is getting wiped off of. Oh, you know what? I bet it is. Bet it's collecting up these ingots from different sources, and only one is proliferating. No, it shouldn't be. It's probably some came from the home planet where I missed proliferating the output of some smelters, plus the ones from my mining planet that's smelting on site that are getting proliferated on site. So they mixed, and when that happens, it removes one, which sucks. I'm not going to go back to the home planet just yet anyway to do that, because I'm making good headway on this bad boy. So we have got alright, we got Dute is done, graphene's done, processes are done. These guys are basically done. I mean, they're not done. So, local demand. Put some bots in. And here they come. Which also means we need to share the love. And put some in there. Yes, JD Plays. I'm a follower for him. He streams a lot of different games. I think last time I saw him, he was even talking about the fact that I think he's got every single game available on Steam. Well, I don't know if that's it, because there's a lot of stuff I would never see him playing that I wouldn't think he would ever play. Yeah, I do Captain of Industry too, which I have on my list to do a little bit today, or some vintage story. I haven't played Plan B, but I've watched him play it. I actually can't add any new games to my inventory at the moment due to financial obligations, but that will be I will be increasing my game library shortly. I've got The Forest, which I've played quite a bit, but I haven't got Sons of the Forest for that financial obligation reason. And another reason I can't get Sons of the Forest is I can stream it while Peanut's in school, which is right now. But I'd never be able to stream it while he's home, like on the weekends or in the evenings, because Sons of the Forest has doubled up on the gore of the original. Heard that Workers and Resources Soviet Republic just got taken down because it was DMCA struck by a community member. You know what? Something interesting has happened there. And I had to laugh about it. I talked about it a little bit yesterday in my stream. I don't know if you were here or watched that stream after I uploaded it, or after it uploaded. I got hit with 2 DMCA violations, which of course I'm not violating any DMCA through music or through games. But I got hit with those 2 violations, and the email specifically said my videos will not be viewed in Russia. And I looked at that for a moment and I thought, yay for me. I really don't give a crap if Russia ever sees my videos. So I promptly moved on and ignored it. But so what? So all right. Workers and Resources Soviet Republic just got taken down. Workers and Resources just got taken down because it was DMCA struck by a community member. I don't subscribe to Raptor. So he uploaded a video about the DMCA strike on his channel. Yeah, I'm completely in the dark as to what's going on there, how that's working, how that affects anybody. I'm just happy. I'd be happy if Russia just excluded them from everything in the world, including pulling their expletive rear ends out of Afghanistan or out of Ukraine. They, you know, we could literally, I could care less if we literally built a wall around Russia and that wall was, you know, 1,000 feet high and we just filled it with water. I just wouldn't care. Russia adds 0 value to the world. 0. They do nothing humanitarily. They do nothing to help anybody around the world in any way, shape, or form. They are a drain on world society. So as far as I'm concerned, anybody that wants to leave Russia, come on over. The rest of them can go suck eggs. They are 0 added value. Okay, anyway, so we're up to the last one here. This is processors. This one I do have a recipe for, or blueprint for, right there. And get rid of that. Oh, this is that it? Yeah, that can't be it. Oh, that's an old one. Look at that. Tortured belts. I remember doing those tortured belts a couple years ago. Want to see it? Want to see it? There's my tortured belts. So I learned... Okay, so I learned how to torture belts and twist them up. Yeah, that was loud, wasn't it? It was just the traffic monitors that were attached to the belt. Actually, I haven't uploaded any blueprints anywhere. Yeah, I've got twisted belts. Oh my goodness! Back in the day, myself and another individual who agreed that belts weren't enough because, number one, they wouldn't automatically hop like they do now. But you had to raise them if you wanted to go up like 6 levels. Like I go up 6 levels to a top of a stack of 3 or 4 boxes. You have to stretch it out this far. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6. That's too far. So I don't want to put my ILS a mile away from the beginning of my box line. So we developed together this belt torture, and started making belts that would go up so many levels from or within 2 or 3 tiles. It's a trick, so not to get too involved in it right now, but let's say, for instance, you wanted to go up 1 level and turn. You would do that. Then you would delete. Boom, boom. And continue going up. And then you would delete. This is the long way. Oh, half-height bridges? Yeah. Yeah, so a half-height bridge is really easy to make. That's just a matter of putting down on the ground and then going up 1 level, stretching it out, and then just going from the bottom to the top. Hang on. Going from the bottom. Oh, you can't do that anymore. Wow. I wonder when that changed. Oh, probably when they implemented that, what you're talking about, implemented that into the game. Yeah, now it can't do it. So glad I saved my blueprints. So, belts, lift belts, miscellaneous belts. So here's a 1/4 height belt, half height belt, 3/4 height, skipping the 1 full height because that's an automatic thing you can make, and going on to 1 1/4, 1 1/2, 1 3/4, and so on. The double belt, which is a what you're talking about, a half-height bridge. Get these 2 out of the way, and you can see 1 is on the ground, and then if you go up to 1 normal level, One normal level is up there. Like that. And the way these work, the way they did work, is and this will do it here. So I can pull this half height belt down to a quarter height belt. And just keep going along from bottom to top, pulling it down until it's quarter height. Now, the reason we even came up with this was because we wanted to run belts right next to the machine instead of dragging them out 1 or 2 or 3 tiles and then stretching the inserter out. We wanted to retain the 6.1 grid speed of inserters. So I'll just run another belt next to this. So when we connected a machine, so this belt will be a machine, with inserters, we could connect it to the bottom and then the next one up. They've since disabled the inserters from attaching to anything off of the ground, unless it was from another belt to another belt that was elevated at the same height, or from a box to a belt that was at the same height, and so on. So now the angle is too wide to even move up a quarter of a belt. So, but I never deleted those blueprints because I just I never thought that they would turn the certain functionality off. You can definitely not go to a half high, but you also can't go to a quarter high now either. It's just too high. They didn't want it to come off of the same level. I've got some builds in other saves where the inserter actually does come up to you know what, I'm going to back this up a little bit because I think that might be the angle is too high because it's right next to it. It may have stretched out a little bit. Yep, there you go. But see, now you're 2 belts away. I mean, you're 2 grids away. So now you're reduced to 3 to 2 again, which is what we were trying to eliminate, which is what we accomplished. 1 grid to the next, we were able to get that angle. And now you can't. Now you're just reduced to the same 3-2 that we were trying to avoid. So anyway, lift belts. So I created a helix to go from the front of an ILS up 6 steps, which is 3 boxes tall, and it looks like this. So three outputs from an ILS will go up to, and I did have I got another version that comes 3 straight out. But yeah, this one will go out to a box. So 3 across the front, 3 inserters across the front of the box, 3 inserters across the side, both sides of the box. So all that is a single belt torture that gets copied, and you can rotate it and place it back in. Not that one. It's kind of tricky where you place it, but there you go. And now this one you can even do a 4-way, so if you copy that and rotate it 1 turn, and oh well, anyway, you rotate it just right and move the overlaps at the bottom, you can get all 4. So yeah, we did all kinds of stuff like that, which was all a waste of time because it was only 6 or 8 months after that. We didn't need to do that anymore. So okay, let's watch this tweet. Okay, get rid of that, get rid of that. Yeah, I was going to ask you, I think you were away when I was talking about this, so you haven't seen any ads as a follower, is that correct? No ads. Okay. Well, what I was saying is I haven't seen ads in a long time, but I just looked up some information on it. Apparently, ads are no longer full screen, or at least full screen in the stream. It no longer obliterates the streamer or mutes the streamer and plays just the ad and the audio from the ad anymore. Now, apparently, you can still see the streamer and still hear the streamer, and the ad is only displayed over a portion of the stream, like at the bottom or at the top or something like that. I don't think it's along the sides, but something like that, which I didn't know until I just looked it up and read that. So I've been warning people about the ads, and I've been stopped talking and all that during the ad break, not even realizing that apparently the ads play and viewers can still watch me and hear me streaming during the ad. I didn't know that. So there you go. I need to go to Creator Camp and learn some more things about what's going on. All right, so let's see what's going on here. We're not producing? No. Because we need remote demand of those. There we go. Yeah, it is weird. So you still do see a full screen ad? That's interesting. See, I've had Prime, Amazon Prime for over a year, so I haven't seen any of that stuff for a long time. I haven't seen ads for a long time. That is interesting, though, because I was just reading. Hang on, let me take a look at that right quick. Well, I know Beginner doesn't have any ads running through their, I mean, before I became affiliates a couple days ago, ads didn't run through the stream because there's no monetary gain for me on that, and that's part of why you would want ads in your stream, is because you gain some percentage of revenue from that. This, let me just, this right here is what I was just reading about stream display ads, and this is apparently how they show up. So the stream shrinks a little bit and the ad shows up at the bottom, whereas they used to, when they showed up over the entire stream area and you couldn't see or hear the streamer. And okay, on a mobile they show up on the side, whereas on a PC they show up at the bottom. So it says right here, viewers will still be able to see and hear you while your ad is playing. Apparently that's not true anymore. Stream display ads are 15-second display ads that show up on channels. Opting out, of course, means you don't get any ad revenue. Where can you find your revenue from that? Can viewers close or minimize stream ad displays? No, obviously. The amount may fluctuate as we learn about what works best and as demand for these ads changes. Stream display ads will follow the same rules creators have set for their channels. So if a creator offers ad-free viewing for their subscribers, stream ad displays will not be shown to subscribers. And which I'm not, because right now stream ads are my only source of revenue until I get subscribers. Sadly enough. So that's that. Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going on with that. There's so much information that's somewhat a bit contradictory, vague, stuff like that. Yeah, and see, that's what I was used to experiencing. So I might be watching somebody's flight sim, and they might be coming in for a landing that their first attempt at a particular airport, and an ad would pop up, and I'd miss the whole dang thing. So, according to that website, that doesn't happen anymore. Viewers can still view and hear the streamer, so they don't miss really good stuff like that. I don't know. All right, so some proliferation is getting wiped off of that one as well. Odd, because all of my optical grading is proliferated. And that doesn't go through any smelting process or anything, but every bit of it is proliferated. Oh, I see what's happening here. Oh, you know what? The input doesn't matter. And here's what's happening. The output is not happening like it's supposed to. Okay, so it doesn't matter that that's not fully proliferated because it's getting proliferated as it's going from a 2 to a 3. And that's why I do that. So some people say, oh, that's a waste to do it on the input and the output. Well, no, it's a stopgap. So, yeah. Oh, that's right. We're still getting contaminated from the other side. There we go. Yeah, indeed. It is for me. One water world and one redstone covers a lot of proliferation resources. Really? Coal, diamond, nanotubes. Oh, because of the spinimite. Well, if you're using that recipe. Otherwise, titanium and graphene. I use spinimite. Because the water world produces quite a bit of spinimite. Exactly. And that's what I do. So that's why I have That's why I have ChemLab lines of just Spinimite coming in producing nanotubes. Because it's a wonderful thing. Alright, so let's get that going. So this is a local demand. And that means we need a international demand. Okay, those guys are done. That's cool. So we can just add that here as an incoming source. Dun dun dun. And we'll go ahead and add some of those guys, some of those guys, and some of those guys, and call it done. All right. Proliferated all the way. I really don't need these counters here. I don't even know why I was doing that. I think I was just checking at how fast they were producing. And see, here's the old belt setup. So, completely unnecessary. So, let's get this out of here because we don't need 3 really slow inserters. I bet that's what it was. That's 120 a second right there. Yeah, you know what? I used to use the traffic monitors a while back, before we had the option to stack these to 4, which I think is a really awesome feature, automatically, so we don't have to use stackers. But now that those are stacked to 4, that's 120 per second. When it was only 30 per second on a belt, you wanted to know when that belt was no longer saturated or when it emptied out. Because obviously, especially in box method, if you have a recipe item that's vacuumed out and no longer there, causes all kinds of issues, which is why you have to always keep them oversupplied in box method. So I use the traffic monitors quite frequently, and that was also before stackers came along as well, and sprayers. So now I don't have to, because I know that the output or the product is going to be whatever it is, and it's just going to fill up the machine, you know, as fast as it does, you know, as fast as the line does. So I never worry about alarms on outputs from ILS or inputs to machines, because I make sure they're always overstocked. So I can actually take this one and go there with that one. That's now 240 a second, which means I actually don't need the third one, so we'll just leave it there. I could probably connect it. It's not going to go any faster. You know, 120 times 3 is 360 a second. It's still not going to go any faster than these inserters are going to allow it. And as you can see, the line is stopping. So maximum input is only going to be limited to the weakest link, which is how fast these inserters will deliver the product down the line. And as you can see, all of these inserters are active up here passing it along, but once you get down to a certain distance, the machines are pulling it up quite quickly. And that's another thing, I need to change that even more. We need to change that to production speed up, because that's more than a extra product. Oops, sorry. And this will vacuum the input line quite quickly. And you'll probably see a lot of yellow dotted machines this way, because we are now doing 60 a minute versus the 30 a minute they used to do, which is, well, 37.5 because it's extra product. And that's why I switch over, because this is not enough. Why would anybody get an extra product and only get 37 a minute when you can just change it to production speed up and get 60 a minute, and it's still the same amount of energy consumption whether you're on production or extra. So that seemed like a no-brainer to me. So we'll change this one to bada boom. So at this rate, instead of pulling 6 spinny mites out of the bus line at, so two every 4 seconds is 1 every 2 seconds. So instead of pulling 6 spinny mite out every 2 seconds, it's going to pull 12 out of, or 12 every 2 seconds. Or another way to look at that is, instead of producing 1 every 2 seconds, it's going to produce 1 every half second. Or instead of producing 2 every second, that's going to, hang on. 2 every 4 seconds is 1 every 2 seconds, is half of 1 every second, which when you double the production turns into 1 a second. So instead of 2 every 4 seconds, it produces 4 every 4 seconds, 1 a second. Get it right, Rocket. My God. So producing 1 a second means it has to have a lot of spinny mite. And as you can see, they're no longer even getting passed down here, because that is, so 3 rows of 36 per second, that's 108 per second at the beginning of the line, which is right here, 108 per second, which is reduced by how fast these machines are pulling it out until it's no longer, it's not even 36 per second down here. That's pretty, no, it's not even 36 per second. So 3 of those would have to be on constantly moving, which is almost this one. So over half of this line is useless at this point. The only way to overcome this is to start stacking these boxes up high enough Actually, there might be a way to do this. If these lines are 120 per second, I should be able to set up alright, 2 every 4 seconds. It's 1 every 2 seconds. So 6 spinny mite every 2 seconds. Cut that in half. Six spinny mites every 4 seconds. Now, alright, so it's 6 spinning mite per nanotube. Those nanotubes come out 1 every 2 seconds. which is half of that, 3 every second. So 3 spinning mite every second on the normal production with no boost. Double that is 6 per second. Alright, so 6 per second per machine. Out of 120 per second coming down the line. Well, see, the inserter is still only going to pull 36 per second. 6 trips times a stack of 6 over 1 grid per second. So that's 36 per second. 6 per second per machine, so that's 6 machines that an inserter could fill. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 36 per second. 3, 4, 5, 6. You know what we're going to do? I'm going to experiment with this. I'm going to build a belt line. That's going to suck. A belt line that's going to replace 36, 72, because it's going to be consistent all the way down the belt. Well, except for the fact that there's going to be missing as each machine pulls some off. But that's still going to deplete fairly quickly. Let's do something. Hang on. Grab a belt here. And let's just tee one, or no, we don't have to tee it off. Let's just do this. Break that one right there. So that's still 240 a second going down that line. Now that will be 120 per second. That's 2 per second. 1001, 1002, 1003, 1004, 1005, 1006. Alright, that's 2 per second. Oops. That's 2 per second. Oh, dang, that's right. That's why those are spaced out like they are. Doggone it. I hate that. I hate that. Oy vey. And there's no way an inserter is gonna cross over that, so the other way to do that is like this. Three ingredient, same thing. So depending on how many of each ingredient is needed, 1, 2, or 3, the lowest demand goes on the top, the second lowest demand goes in the middle, and the highest demand goes on the bottom. And of course, the highest demand, if the stack count is low, like your liquids, all of them, water, hydrogen, or even your gases, liquids and gases, hydrogen, water, sulfuric, everything is a stack of 20. So if you've got a recipe that requires 6 water and 10 or 12 hydrogen, the hydrogen goes on the very bottom. Yep, like titanium glass, that's right. So when you're doing, well, that's 2, 2, and 2. That's completely even. So that's not a good example. Yeah. There is a very mismatched example here where it's got, there you go, right there. So you got 12 hydrogen, right? But hydrogen is only a stack count of 20. So not only does that have to go on the bottom, but I have to have 2 to 3 stacks of hydrogen first by themselves in order to move enough of them fast enough down the line that a machine doesn't create a vacuum on the input line. So I put plenty of input in there. You always have to, you know, overpower your machines with input, more input than you need. And then I put the graphene in the obviously the optical grating is the next in demand, which is fortunately is a stack of 50, I think, because it's a rare. And that's what I don't like in these notes. It doesn't tell you in these, you know, these quick pop-ups what the stack size is. So you actually have to have them in your inventory to see what the stack size is. But the rares are 50. The graphene's 100. So graphene being the least in demand and the highest stack count can go on the very top, gradient in the middle, and hydrogen on the bottom. That's how I do a 3 ingredient. And I think plastic is similar because that's 2 liquids in a plastic. I mean, not plastic. 2 liquids. It's I call it the salad dressing because it's water, oil, and plastic. What does water, oil, and plastic make? Well, let's just go to yep, that's one of them. Yep, so plastic is either a 100 or a 200 stack count. Oil and water is only 20 each, 20 stack. So water and oil can go either way on the bottom. And no, that's water and that's yeah, that's right, salad dressing, water, oil, and plastic. Plastic bottle, water and oil, shake and pour. Yeah, anyway. Oh, okay, it's full. Yeah, doesn't take long, and it never got to. It will stretch down now as these boxes fill up. There's only one slot in them. As these boxes fill up and these machines can no longer produce, you'll see the blue, yellows turn on here. The machines will stop producing here. The middle ones will be producing all the way down to the end until these boxes are full up. And as you can see, the inserters are off. Can no longer pass product. Oh, just contaminated my spinny mite. That sucks. Oh, it came back. There we go. Ratio. Higher ratio of fully sprayed versus partially sprayed. Anyway, this guy is all done. And producing magnificently. And that just leaves these two right here. Is that right? The rest of them are... Hang on, we gotta turn something on here. So... This is local supply, this is a local demand, local demand. Oh yeah, we were gonna do the processors. Yeah, so you might end up with more than that. So, like I say, when I've got, this is a 2-item input. But that's because this requires 2 ingots of iron and 1 ingot of copper. They're fortunately both stacks of 100. Actually, I don't have to pull any of those out. They're stacks of 100, even though the boxes are glitching. This is a Dyson Sphere code problem. It doesn't matter that these stopped flowing. There's room for 2 more to be put in each one of those slots, and the game should be doing that. So the belts should be pushing 4 more copper up to there, and it's not pushing 4 more copper up to there. This one's fine. That one's fine. That one's fine. So they're stacks of 100 each, but because the machine is pulling 2 irons, I don't want to vacuum on a single line of iron, so I just put 2 lines of iron there. So they're pulled at the same rate. 2 irons, 1 from each box, 1 copper, 1 from each box, into the machine every 1 second. When you're talking about a 3-item recipe, that's why I say you want to first of all look and see what is being pulled the most of. In this case, iron is being pulled more than copper is. So you need more supply of iron than you do copper. And then stack count factors in. These are even 100 stacks each for iron and copper, which will be the same for titanium, silicon, and so on. And that's the ingots count is 100 per stack. So factoring all of that in determines how tall the boxes are for an ingredient, and then how far down you can go with that before the machines just aren't getting enough of it anymore and they turn yellow. These are for yellow, obviously, for overproduction, for full stacks. Did that answer it, or did that just make it even more clear as mud for you? Clear as mud? Okay. So let's do this the easy way, because a lot of times it's a whole lot easier to see it visually, or to have a visual of it, than it is to explain it. Let's go to not our mining facility. Oh, well, I can show you that here. Oops, not that one. Down boy. There we go. So let's go to our box line and I'll show you. Now this is a single item, but all it takes is a splitter on the bottom. So you've got 4 inputs on the splitter. Correct. So you can have up to 4 items, 4 different items, go into a splitter at 120 a second. Okay? Or you can have multiple inputs for a single item, and you just multiply 120 times 4 for 180 per second. Right. So in the case of multiple items, 3 different items, you have 3 different inputs. All 3 of those items are going to get pushed up through the boxes. Well, there's no more splitters. The only splitter is the input, because you cannot put a splitter on top of a box for some reason, even though you can put a box on top of a splitter. So, as you can see, it won't even let you try and place it on a box, but you can put a box on top of it, because the splitter pushes up into a box, and boxes push up. Okay? So 3 different items can get pushed up. Now for a example here, I have iron and copper going into the box, one port each being utilized. Still got 2 open ports, so believe it or not, copper is getting pushed up through the box of iron. It's getting pushed up through the second box of iron until it's pushed up into the empty slots of the top box, which is copper. And I've designated only copper to come out of here just in case, for some odd reason, these drain out and these slots are empty because for some reason my copper ran out. Iron will push up to that box, but they can't go anywhere. They can't be pulled out because the only inserters pulling out are designated for copper only. So iron stops there and doesn't contaminate the whole line. However, if the machines all use up the copper that's in those slots, which evacuates all those boxes, they all become empty slots, then iron can push up all the way from the bottom, or from the box below, or from any box below that's holding iron, and go up and fill that slot, which does contaminate the top line. Even though it won't get contaminated from here, and it's not getting transferred down, it's only getting contaminated up from each row, from each box. It's not getting transferred anywhere. So that's what contaminates it. That's why it's important to always have your slots full on the top so nothing can push to it. Now, these obviously can be completely empty all the way down because the machines might be pulling them faster than they're being supplied, and these will all be empty, but items will get pushed up into it from the box below, and they happen to be the same item. If it's a different item, again, contamination. The contamination won't flow down horizontally, but the contamination will continue all the way up to whatever empty slots there are, being pushed up to them and contaminated. Pulling down. So my bottom box has 0 slots because whatever's in the box above it, if there is an inserter with a filter matching it, it will pull that product through the box. And the reason for that is because as far as the game is concerned, these boxes are invisible because product gets passed from this inserter to this inserter, skipping 3 grid lines. 1, 2, 3. So product passes from here to here instantly, unless there's a inserter on this grid line, or this grid line, sensing and pulling something off of that stack. The stack count that goes through the inserter will pull it off, which is why this box can be 0. It pulls it. It looks for a box with a slot open, with product either in it or passing through it, and it'll pull it down, which is why the copper inserter is only pulling from the top box, because there's nothing in the boxes that match it. They're connected all the way down to the bottom, so copper goes all the way down to the bottom and pulls from it. It's a cool little mechanic of the game. And that's why we set the filters on the inputs of the instead of having them open. If there was no filter set on these inserters, yes, both copper and iron can go into the machine, which is what's required, but they will be filling up and pulling from, for instance, both inserters might pull iron and block copper from getting in there because it will stack up and iron is full, no longer needed, but copper is, which turns to 0, and nothing moves because both of the inserters, having no filter, will be full of iron ingots and no copper can get into it. That's why you have to have those filters set. It's that a little better. You know what? Over and over again, ask me. Tell me how far your understanding goes, and ask me, and we'll little by little dissolve the confusion and get down to the full understanding of that. And you'll be good to go. But it takes a while. It's not something that you just hear it and see it and then, oh, okay, got it. It doesn't work like that. It takes a while to absorb. All right, so you're building a setup for titanium glass and have titanium on top, yep, in the middle, yep, and going to put water on the bottom, yep, okay. That's perfectly fine. Glass on top, there's 2, 2, and 2. Yes, water on the bottom because stack count of glass I think is 100. So is titanium ingots. Stack count of water is 20. So even though they're equal amounts for the recipe, water is going to be in higher demand and moving much faster through the line than the other two that will be moving at equal speed through the line. So you want that one that could possibly be empty first on the bottom. Well, not the absolute bottom. That's one thing I want you to understand on that aspect. The absolute bottom of the stack is nothing. Nothing goes there. So the actual first row is one box up. So that's where your water goes, on the first row. And then glass and titanium can go either way. Yep, that's correct. So the bottom box is, pretend it's invisible, always closed off. That is just the conveyor, or that's just the link, the thread between the first set of inserters down to the machine. Ah, filtered splitters, there you go. Yeah. So, now filtered splitters, you can't actually filter them going into, you can do it for coming out, product out. But it won't do any good to filter these. In fact, you can't, because there are only inputs. So only filtered splitters for outputs. And that basically, all it does is prioritize and filter one product out, a port. You can't even set what the other one is. It's just automatically the other ingredient or the other item. If you have filtered sorters, yes. Filter, see, because you can filter the ports as well. Filtered splitters, yeah, those are only for outputs. But you can attach sorters to the boxes. You just can't attach sorters to the splitter. Yeah, so that only leaves us with Dunsky. We know that's done. That's done. That's done. That's our last one, the rockets. That one's done. This one just needs a demand for processors. Alright, so processors are next. And we do have a recipe for that. And that was in... No, that was in this one. Oh. That was in this one over here. Yes. Okay. Boy, I got all excited there. Started really working my mic. Alright, factories. Oh, and CPUs. Oh, I think that was the old one. Right, that one's the tortures. Alright, so it's not that one. It's in Fresh Start. CPUs. Box line. Dun, dun. Yep. Boom. Oops. Yeah, that was right on it. Okay. And here I've got one of the two different styles, or one of the three different style splitters that I actually could change that. I can change that right now. And we're going to do this. We're going to do the normal. Dun, dun, dun. 2 stack. Thusly. So that needs to go right in the center one. And placed right there. Then we can take... Hey. Oh, that's right, because I turned... This is a little glitch of the game that's pretty, yeah, if you had filtered sorters, it shouldn't contaminate the boxes unless they should pull down to the bottom box, and boxes push up to empty slots. That's the way those work. If they're not pulling down, then the sorter's not filtered properly, or there's a bad product in the sorter. Yep. So here's what happens, and I've seen this. Sometimes just a matter of starting up the game. Now I have this sorter filtered with microprocessors or microcrystalline components. This works as advertised. Every once in a while, I'll load up the game, and the icon is correct, but somehow a circuit board got into that inserter. Somehow. It's impossible for that to happen, but somehow it pulls it down when the game loaded. So then I have to go back and check, clicking on every one of these to make sure the correct product is there. Inserters will hold products. So even though your machine might stack, or in this case there's not any in there, this inserter, if it was in operation before, might have had a stack of 6 items in it getting ready to transfer over, but only pulled 3 or 4 items off of the stack because that's all the machine needed before it stopped, leaving 1 or 2 products still in the inserter. If that happens and it's the wrong product, like what happens when I boot it up and there was the wrong product in there, nothing can pass through it. And therefore, an empty box, because a box is empty on the bottom, is empty. The machine shows a big fat 0 for what's supposed to be going there, and there might even be product in this slot, the next box up, and it's not moving for some reason, and that's because of that hidden aspect of a clogged inserter. So you'll have to go through, unfortunately, and double check every one of them that the filter is correct and that there's not the wrong product in there. Sometimes there can even be the wrong product in there at the very front of a stack of 6, and the right product is still at the back, showing the correct matching icons, and it's not moving, in which case you have to go ahead and click this circle to pull all the product off of that inserter, which will only be as maximum of 6 items. So you'll have to clear it by pulling that off of there. That icon will still stay the same. It's not going to change. So you'll have to go in there and click it to clear it. Click it to pull any items off of it. It's like unclogging a drain pipe. And believe me, that's a pain in the butt to have to go through, especially when you're talking how many inserters I use. and the game glitches and throws the wrong product into a inserter, it's like, oh my god. And then I'm spending an hour and I think people have seen that on a stream or in other streams, because of He Who Must Not Be Named was streaming doing that, and it took forever to do it, to clean it up. It was crazy. Yeah, it can be a chore, which is why prevention is the best medicine. Keep your lines populated, overstocked with input, and it doesn't matter how much output is coming out, whether it's 1 a second or 1,000 a second, it doesn't matter, as long as you keep your inputs overstocked. Okay, and then you don't have to go through the tedious, painful double checking what's doing there. So first box is always, in this case, there's only one slot open for the top, one slot open for the middle, 0 on the bottom. Doesn't matter where it is, it's 0 on the bottom. Obviously where there would be a box, there's a splitter here, but if that were a box, it would be 0 on the bottom. And then belts and inserters filtering into it. In this case, it's just this is a 3-item input, right? No, it's 2-item. Why the heck is there silicon in here? I cannot imagine why silicon is in here, so we'll clear that, because yeah, but I'm not making blue chips, we're just making green chips. I mean processors. So I can't imagine why I have silicon in there, but anyway, it's gone. So one will be iron, the other will be copper. And of course this is ridiculous here. This is kind of an old blueprint too. So I am just going to copy over. Get rid of that, that. Copy this. And that. And that. And paste it there. All right. That's more better. And you'll also see this too. You see this glitch right here? How can inserters be bent when they're straight where they just came from? That's also because of how blueprints are not perfect. And you can see right here, these corners, these boxes are not lined up. Why is that? Because this blueprint, wherever it was created somewhere on this planet, was in a region where these tiles were slightly smaller. No, not fault lines. They wouldn't place at all on fault lines. But the grid crunch, these tiles were crunched a little closer together. So as you can see, the grid lines go right down the center of a machine. Okay? And then the corners are evenly spaced. This one does not. None of these ones in this row. The grid line is far out of this corner. I mean, this one's far out of the corner. This one's midway into the corner. The center line's nowhere near the center. The one I just placed down is centered. And the outside corner, I'm sorry, not this one. The one I just placed down is right here, where the corners are aligned and the center is aligned. And and that's why you see it offset slightly. These two are lined up on the grid properly. These were part of the blueprint from a smaller, slightly smaller crunch, and it's shifted over. And that will be the same too for machines if the grid crunch for the machines, you can see these are offset as well. These machines are actually dead on, and these boxes down the center are offset. So you can see the grid line here right on the corner of the box next to the inserter. The grid line over here. Oh, that one's centered also. Okay, so it is just the outside row of boxes that are offset. And that is because of grid crunch. Yeah, it'll eventually start working. Determination. And taking a look at anything that can be going wrong with the box line. Inserters, slots, stat counts, that kind of thing. You'll eventually address every bit of the equation that keeps the box line operating properly. Belt speed, the recipe speed, how fast it's pulling and how many of each product it's pulling at a time, so on and so forth. Auto saving. So good on you, you're working at it. Wowzers. Almost 5 hours. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to do a bio break and a stretch. You guys, same thing. And I'll be right back in about 4 minutes. Okay, we're back. Alright, I wanted to try something that's really quite surprising. I didn't realize this was even possible, but yeah. So right now it's 90 degrees in the house, and that's cooler than what it is out in the sun. But the ambient air temperature is 90 degrees Fahrenheit here in the sun. 90 degrees, I think, is around 32 Celsius, 31 or 32 C. I'm quite amazed that the GPU is not hotter than it is. The CPU is even cooler than the GPU is. CPU is on the left at 80, fluctuating between 81 and 87, I think I saw. Awesome job. That's right. Box machine will give you, box method will give you much better numbers than belt method. Absolutely. And it goes up exponentially. So I'm really surprised because it's 90 degree air going through my computer right now, plus the heat coming off of the GPU's processor is actually staying cool, because AMD GPUs normally operate at about 90 degrees Celsius. So it's cooler than it normally runs. And the CPU as well. Because it's an AMD CPU. And oh yeah, it would help if I turn that off, huh? Okay, there we go. Yeah, so 8 machines, 384 per minute. Sweet deal. So you definitely get a pat on the back because you are picking it up. It is starting to make sense enough to be able to put something together that's a producer. Right. Contaminated boxes with water. So even though the water is the smaller stack count and probably moving the fastest, somehow it's getting pushed up. Because it can't pull down, the inserters are filtered, so it can only push up through boxes to contaminate. It can't pull down to contaminate. So if you have 2 slots open on a box, this one's only 1. I don't know why I've got those. That's rare for me to have a 1 slot box. But if you have a 2 slot box open, one item, as soon as 1 slot empties, iron can push into it, and as soon as the copper gets used up, iron will push over or push up again, and then next thing you know, you've got a box that should be copper, it's full of iron ingots. So whatever's above the water is getting emptied faster than the water's being used by the machine. So 2 ways to remedy that. Whatever's above the water that's getting used the fastest, switch it to the bottom row, put the water above up on the top, or change the filters on your row to bring water up to the next one, make them all water there, and change the bottom filters to the other. But that's a lot of copying and pasting of recipes. It's just a whole lot easier just to delete the rows and put a new row of items up where it belongs. Okay, so now we have got, what in the world is this mess over here? I was doing something crazy and derpish, and this ain't happening either, because we are going to be copying this one. There, right there, there. Putting that there. More better. Okay. Yeah, so it might hold a while at 384 per minute because of the output empty slots. So until those get filled up down the line further and further, until those get emptied. So the output line might be filled up with stock that's not going out fast enough. As soon as those empty out, that's why I've got two belts on here to empty it faster. As soon as those empty out, you'll see the output probably drop a little bit, but you can check obviously check the output of the machine through your production panel. As long as the machines are operating, regardless if they're filling up boxes or it's getting passed down the line, that's telling you how fast you're producing. And that could very well be because of, for a short period of time, because of whatever the inserters are holding versus what's in the machine, because these stack up. So it's going to be more than 2 and 2 on these. I think these stack up to 8 or hold 8 at a time on each one of these before the inserter goes back into operation again. So I might do that temporarily for a little bit. Until it starts needing product, in which case the machine will shut off needing product and that number will drop off of the 384 to something lower. Hang on, why did I make that iron and... What? That's the wrong recipe altogether. What in the world am I doing here? That's what you were saying before. So this needs to be green and blue. And here they are, right on the filters, and I still couldn't recognize that. Here to copy. Oh my god, because I was thinking about the products to make a circuit board. Okay. Now that I've got myself sorted out on that aspect, and here you can see that shift again back into normal alignment from offset alignment. Okay. That being the case, we need to grab those, and we will definitely grab those there, and there and there. Those through. Run these through. Okay. That's more better. Now, since we are pulling through the blue, we can actually pull off of this line and go all the way through to there. Done deal. And of course we'll need power for that. All right there. That looks good. All right. I'm really happy I got all of my bots that are no longer AWOL. I don't know why I have all of them, but I am going to be copying all the commands from one, or from all of them into one. Oh, speaking of which, let me see what happens when we do this. And Nightbot is the only one to respond, because probably Streamlabs doesn't have a commands command. Yep, alright. So, since that's recorded in the stream, I'll be able to go back, and that's my note to make adjustments. I wonder, I think I got some duplicates too. Yep, so Streamlabs and Nightbot did the, are holding the alert command, so that's a duplicate. Whichever one of the bots is more versatile and more functional and doesn't go AWOL like the Streamlabs bot did. So it's either going to be, let's see, it's either going to be Nightbot or I don't think Own 3D Pro is even yeah, Restream Bot is working because it's accepting the inputs. It just doesn't have a storage of commands that can be edited or anything. So we're probably going to be reduced down to 2 bots: Restream Bot, probably Nightbot. I don't know. We'll have to go through that and see what happens. That'll be an after stream type thing. I'm not gonna mess with it during the stream. Okay, so we do want the blue juice, so let's call upon that to come on over, and let's go ahead and put some drones in. And we're not remote demanding anything, so we'll actually put that on storage. Alright, that'll take care of that. Now, this line, I hate the fact that that doesn't line up. Anyway, it turned because the splitter is turned, so it's got a global orientation, even though you can rotate splitters. This box was sitting on top of another box that does have a global orientation, but the box will match whatever the splitter orientation is, and that's why those inserters were off to the wrong side. So we'll just go ahead and reconnect those. If we can get a nice clean view of it. And now the same thing will happen with the top box as well. You see how the splitters are rotated to orient with what the inserters are rotated to orient with the splitter. So we'll go ahead, and you can't rotate it back either, which really sucks, by tapping that R key. Oop. Did that all kinds of wrong. Better idea, let's just grab do that. Okay. Now, taking it into consideration, 1 every 3 seconds, 2 of each product. Both products are stack of 200, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, pretty sure those are stacks of 200 each. So that's an even split deal. Excellent. Yeah, full tower of inputs. That's right. You want to make sure, though, whatever ports are sending items out, you got to keep them saturated. Got to keep them saturated. The input port into the ILS from machines doesn't matter. Same with between the boxes. Doesn't matter. Slow, fast, in between. Alright, so 2 of those, 2 of those, 2 of those, and that's why these are 1 slot each. However, that's going to be a little cause for concern because the first slot can glitch all the time. Or, I mean, it glitches the most often. So I'm going to have to come back and babysit that later and see if I need to open that up to 2. So that will be set to a green. That one will be set to a blue. We need to set blue liquid right there. And I don't see any need for power down that line, so that looks good. And crystalline is the first one in at the top, so we'll go ahead and let crystalline through. Oh, it's already marked. We must not be making crystalline components locally. Pretty sure we had, oh, you know what? It's next door. Here's the green. It was one of these, I'm sure. That's not it. That's not it. That's frames. So we're missing 1 production line for the crystalline components. And that's what the copper and the silicon's for. Okay. So that's what the issue was. I plopped down the wrong recipe blueprint here. This should have been crystalline components. And that would have used the copper and the silicon that was there. Well, there you go. Because Rocket's a derp. So we'll go ahead and put those in so that they're ready when we get the crystalline components. Alright, that is all set and ready to go. So I'm not going to turn the green on until we get the crystalline components rocking and rolling. which we can do, since that is going to be the solar sails, and this is going to be frame material. So let's call for our silicone right off the bat. And then plop down a blueprint for crystalline components. But where, Rocket? Okay, so I like using Control C because I can see the grid lines better. Looks like either end, if we have, nope, that's only 5, 10, 50, yep, we'll have room enough on 5, 10, 15, 20. They only take 15 tiles, so 5, 10, 15, 20, so I've got room to pop them on either end. So let's pull out our crystalline components, which are probably going to be hiding. Well, we definitely don't need this one anymore, so let's delete that. CPU. Maybe it's a new start. Micro components. That's probably going to be a really old, but it is box method. Okay, so we can use that one. And the box looks like it's going to be right about, well, we'll put it there just to be safe. And we will definitely take that one out because that's going to be a splitter, not a box. And we will definitely grab some machines and some boxes. And some... Oh, I got plenty of those. I reckon I didn't need those, get rid of half of these. Let's get rid of more than half. Let's get rid of 500 of them. Wow. Not going to get rid of them. I'm just going to put them on the side. I bet those need to be upgraded. Because I reckon those are tier 2. Oop. And like magic. Dun dun dun. Ooh, did I get lucky? No, there's still 3 2s. I bet you those are 3 2s. Yep, those are 3 2s. Alrighty then. Tightly packed they are. Silicone and copper. Silicone and copper on that side. Beautiful. Which way are these going? I won't be able to tell until there's power on them. And they are going in the correct direction. Okay. Oh, you know what I wonder? I wonder if... Oh yeah, they can fit in there. Just... That also means they will probably fit right on the midline, which they do. Oh, those are offset. Look at that. Look at that. You can tell they're offset because the power pole. So these machines are lined up perfectly. Are they? No, they're not. That's how old that blueprint is. It was created somewhere else, but there's the midline. Doesn't even line up with the port. This one should line up closer to the corner like this one, probably right about the edge of the port. So those are offset. The boxes are way offset. So the grid line's on the edge of the box here, and it's halfway into the corner here. Which that sucks because it looks horrible, but it will still work. It will still work. Wow. Oh well, it is what it is. So let's see if we can just go ahead and grab. I wonder if that's going to be in the way. I'll have to shorten it, I'm sure. Let's grab a don't need any of that right now. We do want that. We do want those. That should be good. Oh man. That was close to the grid line. To the region. But that works. That works. Ever so wonky. Oh, it is. I just didn't see it. It's not lit up. Thought it was missing. Alright, and we'll take a copy of this one. From there to there. Including those. Now. We'll have a bit of a throwdown. Right there. Good. Just missing that. Just missing it. Fine. Beautiful. That also means we've got room for... Is that right? Yeah. Means we got room for one more of those. One more of those. And like that. Wow, that's going to be funky looking. That's going to trigger somebody with OCD. It might even trigger me later. We'll have to see how that goes. Alright, and then that one. That one. I wonder why none of these are filtered. That's interesting. That's a horrible blueprint. That is horrible. Alright, so we will take that one out. We're going to put a standard box in there. And yeah, it'll work. Good deal. Done deal. Alright. Oops, so we'll take another one. Put it there. Awesome. I reckon you got the hang of it. I reckon you got the hang of it. Only a little bit of micromanagement for a while. Right. So once you've figured out what the normal causes are for clogs or you know, what's causing something to stop. Lack of product going into a machine or going down the line or whatever. Once you're thoroughly familiar with all those possibilities and they become kind of second nature to you, you'll be able to go through and take a look at a line and unclog things rather quickly, and then they'll maintain themselves as long as the inputs are saturated. As long as you keep inputs saturated. Can't keep them saturated, just shorten the line. But yeah, it'll come to you, and you'll be real happy about that. Okay. Now that those are set, I can go ahead and we'll delete those off because they're wrong. They're not wrong, they just don't have the filter set on the inserters, and I'm not going to go through and do each and every one of them when I can just copy it over and the filtration gets copied over with the inserter. And then that becomes a done deal. And then just because I don't like flashing yellow lights, well, that's in the wrong spot anyway. We can do that. Oops, that is certainly wrong. And that becomes a done deal. And then our inserter, our splitter, and let's make sure these are set at 0. Yes. That's a 0 too. Wow. And that's a 0. Oh, are you kidding me? Those are open. Alright, let's get this going the right way. So, copy and paste. Should satisfy 0, 2, and 2. 0, 2, and 2. Okay, good. Now we can grab that one and put it there. And we will borrow the copper. Bring it over. Then we will borrow, let's borrow that. Shift copy. Yeah, that's not going to happen. Okay. That takes care of that. Now. No way. Oh my god, it's too close to the... Oh, that sucketh. That sucketh. Wow. And that will put it too close to the region grid crossing. Alright, let's see. Have we got the same situation over here? We do indeed. That's going to be too close. Actually, that's actually a little better. Because because that is 5, 6, 7, 8 to the center of the ILS. And this one is 5, 6, 7, 8. It's the same. Doggone it. And in order to line that up on the center of the ILS, this factory has to move over 1, 2, 3, 4. It has to move over 4 tile or 4 grid lines. And I don't have that kind of space out here before region. I can overlap the edge of the box, but that's 2 and I need to go 4. Can't have that box on the center. Wow. It's not going to go, I know it. I'm going to try it. I'll try it, but it's not going to go. Yeah, see if I go to try and line that up. That's well and truly over. Oh, I don't have to line it up. If I go there, yeah, those boxes are over the region line. Blueprints divided by the tropic lines. Doggone it. Mr. Muzzle! Welcome on in. You rock. And it's a raid. Nicely done. So that gets a... Oh. Hang on. Let's get out of that. Thank you for that, and welcome, Raiders. And we will definitely give a well-deserved shout-out there. How are Muzzle doing? Good on you, Zombaroni. Zombie-roni. I wonder why my chat command does not show what Mr. Muzzle was just streaming. $700. Zombaroni, that rocks. That rocks. Oh, Muzzle, excellent. Starting a new base in the corner of the cluster. Going to try and make a new sphere on an O-type star. Excellent. And that's a good goal, because O-types and B-types are definitely what we want to be shooting for Dysons. This particular one is an O-type, but the luminosity is what's really important. This one's got 2.1 luminosity. I think 2.4 or 2.5 is the highest, but you can also get that from certain giants as well, depending on what type it is. A red giant, this red giant's not going to do it. A B-type star might be close, so this one's almost a 2.0, but that's exactly what to do. Here's a blue giant over here with a 2.5, and there you go. So O-types are great, but you can also get great luminosity out of 2.5. So if you built a Dyson around this one, you've got at least one planet, in this case 2. Actually, I think that's a gas giant. Yep. It is indeed. So you've got at least one planet to launch from on even a blue giant, because you might have more than just one out of there, but definitely good on you for grabbing yourself an O-type. O-types generally have more than just good luminosity for Dyson spheres because they usually have lots of other great resources available on other planets, multiple planets in that system. So, all right, I am kind of screwed on this aspect here, so this is going to have to go into, this is going to have to go into no blue giants in your cluster. That can happen, indeed. I think the microcrystalline components are going to have to shift up into here, and then we're going to end up with wasted space. It's not really wasted. I mean, even though it's prime real estate because it's between the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer along the equator, I can still stick fractionation in here if I want to do fractionating. Excellent, Zombironi. Excellent. You have conquered the beast. I hope that air raid siren's in the music stream and not actually... Yeah, it's got to be in the music stream. I don't know if y'all heard that, but there was air raid siren in the music. I'm not even going to copy. I'm not even going to blueprint that. That just looks horrible. You can make more plane filters now. You have an abundance of Casimir crystal and titanium. Yes, indeed. And you'll probably double that quantum chip. But yeah, so Casimir crystal's a hard one to get past. And excellent. Time to build another shell on the same one or start a new Dyson. The never-ending story. Oh, was it? Yep. So you can build some inner ones. That will probably serve you just as well. Like those are still offset. Wow. All right, fine. You know what? It's going to be one of those build from scratch situations. Okay, we need to take a quick BRB for a quick bio break, stretch, hydrate, caffeinate, instigate, differentiate, all that stuff. Be back in a few minutes. Okay, we're back, and I am so sorry for that lengthy break this time. Peanut is home from school, so we had to take care of some naughty activity at school today. Thank you very much for your patience. Welcome everybody that came in while I was on Be Right Back. And let's get into this. So what we're going to have to do is obviously build from scratch, because that last one is just not going to fit inside the tropic lines. But that's okay. We know we're going to make microcrystalline components. We'll do it right about here. So we'll just grab a blueprint for... I got titanium and plane filters. But we'll go ahead and place one for microcrystalline components, and that one looks good right there. Except for, here's what we are going to do. We're going to take that out right away. Oh, sorry about that, guys. And or drones. Like, here come the drones, just about to land in the port, and it's like, psych! And that looks good right there. Huh. Those poor drones. That was evil. Evil RocketWolf. Alright, let's grab some... oh, hang on, I probably have some in... no, I don't. Alright, so we'll grab some beltage from here, and I think we'll grab about 1,734 of them. And there we go. And we'll obviously have to grab some power poles too, because we are running short on power poles, so about half of those should do. Last us for a while. And we also know what this recipe is going to be. And there. Box method works for smelting too. Indeed it does. So even though smelting is a single product, it's all about speed. So you can set up 2 rows of smelter on both sides of a central box line that is bringing raw ores in. You can make it 1 tall, or you can make it 2 tall, or you can make it 3 tall. I like to go 3 tall because, as you know, that's 36 seconds per row of boxes. So 3 inserters at 12 per second, 12, 24, 36. 36 per second per row. 3 rows is 108 per second down the line. Smelters are fast, so you do want a healthy amount of product running down the middle, keeping all those smelters happy. Because they're going to be producing 1 per second, unless it's titanium, which is still 1 per second, but it's drawing 2 ores instead of 1 like iron and copper does, and I think silicon as well. So, yeah, if you're using plain smelters, even more better. As far as the box method goes and smelting, if you are sending mined ore into a PLS first, like, say, for instance, what I do is I'll set up an industrial miner instead of the regular tier 1 miners. I'll set up 1 industrial on here and maybe supplement it with a few small ones. Pipe it into the well, the industrial miner doesn't need belting into it, it needs belting out of it. Belt it out into a PLS, and that PLS will be the beginning of the smelt line. So that will be stacked 4 items per belt. So instead of 30 per second, it's 120 per second coming out. run 2 belts out and smelters on each side, each belt dedicated to a row of smelters, and you're going to get 120 a second down that belt. That's a lot of smelters. So I haven't done that particular one yet, but I happen to know that that's going to be pretty quick. The difference is it's 6 of one, half dozen other. With the belt line, with a box line, you can extend that box line out as far as you want. You could wrap a planet with a single box line and keep that thing happy. All you do is just add up a row of boxes on it. Or you run the belts as far as 120 a second will allow for smelters, whatever that comes out to, whether you're using arc smelters or plain smelters. Depends. And what the heck? Proliferate it. So you can double the speed of your smelters, whether they're arc or plain smelters, doesn't matter. Just keep in mind that the plain smelters are not very efficient. Yeah, possibilities are endless. Arc smelters will produce... Arc smelters produce a production speed of 1 item per second with a work consumption of 360. Plain smelters only double their production to 2 times, but the work consumption is 4 times the energy. 144 megawatts. That's 4 times 360 kilowatts. So it's not efficient. So if you want efficiency, use arc smelters, proliferate the ore, which doubles the production speed to 2 times a minute, and only 150%, so 720 plus another 180. So 900 kilowatts per smelter with the production speed up boost. And you're getting the same amount of product as a plain smelter at far less of the work consumption, electrical consumption. I don't use plain smelters at all. They're incredibly inefficient. Incredibly inefficient. If you've got a silly amount of electricity that you never have to worry about no matter how much is consumed, and you're only worried about speed, then yeah, plain filters and speed production boost them. Then you're getting 4 times a minute at 150%, so you're talking 1.4 is 2.8 plus another 700 kilowatts, so 3.5 megawatts of electricity for a boosted plain smelter. 3.7 megawatts. So if you got a stupid amount of electricity, yeah, plain smelters. Otherwise, arc smelters are your go-to. It's my go-to. So yeah. Box method ends up being a so much simpler solution. Yep, 100 fusion plants, right, which will take all of the different fuels, hydrogen, deuterium, and antimatter, correct? If I'm not mistaken. I don't think it'll tell you. I reckon that's it, though. It takes all of the, just takes deut, not even antimatter, huh? Oh, there you go. All right. I hear you, Zombie Roni. That's a hard name to say. Zombie Roni. Oops, sorry about that. That's no worries. My stream is going to be ending here shortly anyway because it is almost dinner time. I'm certain to get a call from the school about Peanut's behavior today, and that will be a little bit of a conference that I don't look forward to. And yeah, so quite all right. Enjoy having you here in the stream, and I enjoy having everybody here in the stream. So everybody that's here in the stream, go get your friends and bring them here, because they don't need to be anywhere else but here. I am more than happy to, Zombaroni, and for anybody, you know, I don't care how many times a question is asked, if there's a confusion as to how something works, I'm more than happy to attempt to unmuddy the water, hopefully, and make everybody's building experience more fun, depending on their style. You know, everybody's got different styles of building. Some people like to head over to the stream of He Who Must Not Be Named, coming from his factorial background and absolutely ruining this game based on factorial mechanics, which you just can't do because they are two separate games with too many different play styles, too much creativity involved, and he thinks of himself as the end-all for solutions of all things builder games. Yeah, exactly. You know, and I've watched some JD play that. JD play that. That's not a stutter. That Plan B, and it looks exciting. I mean, I want to play it, but I don't want to play it with anything but my unmuddied creative style, and not copy He Who Must Not Be Named. Yeah, JD's fun. JD is fun, and he's a fast thinker. That my brain used to be fast like him, but I got old, and now I'm useless, basically. But yeah, he's a quick brain, and he's creative, and yeah, awesome dude. But oh, I'm sorry about that, and there's a reason why that caps lock has a beep, because I just have a seriously bad habit of accidentally entering caps lock when I'm chatting, text chatting, and since I can't type, I have to look at the keyboards when I type, and even though I can type really fast with 2 fingers, I still have to look at the keys. And that's my warning that I've accidentally hit caps lock, because I'll type things in chat and hit enter, and next thing I know, that's actually called screaming or yelling in chat, back from my geeky days. All caps is considered yelling. Yeah, so Dutch Actuary, I'll have to check him out. Thanks for putting that in chat, because I'll investigate his stream as well and see what's up with the guy. Alright, now we can set up our usuals. So we're going to be definitely calling for copper and silicon, and we will definitely want to be producing the blue guy, a microcrystalline components, and we definitely want to have some blue juice coming over here. So let's get that started. Oh, excuse me, started right off the bat. And we will definitely call for our raw materials and hopefully satisfy our, thank you autosave, satisfy our drone requirements there, and of course our vessels. So Oh, hang on. Let's also do... Yep, those are good. And let's also grab some warpers. That's another thing that's important. We want to make sure we get a plentiful amount. Oops, hang on. A plentiful amount of warpers in all of our stations. And we'll bring it to here. Then we'll do the R. To here. That's the way to go. And of course, this one's going to be our blue stuff. He doesn't play quite play like He Who Must Not Be Named, but his style is mainly raw to final product and proliferate everything. Oh yeah. You know, I'm starting to... I didn't used to proliferate everything, but I'm starting to do that now because it's a good stopgap for people like me. People like me have very frequent lapses in concentration and memory, that kind of thing. So it becomes a stopgap for me, and God knows I need help with that. So proliferate it and remove the worry. If you know what I mean, Jellybean. Old people like me need constant reminders, compassion, tolerance, patience with me, so on and so forth. So, yeah. Alright, let's see how fast we can produce, I reckon you and I are a lot alike, Zombie Roni. In many aspects. Okay, we actually need some power, so we got power on the proliferators, but that will put it on our station. And we are stocked up and ready for a blast of microcrystalline. Yep, so we're ready to bring it in. So first things, we got copper at the top, so we're going to bring copper in first. That's the biggie. Oops, stop doing that. Shift and pull it out. Copper to the top. Copper top. Okay? Go gadget inserters. Alright, so those are going to go on down the line. So what I'm going to do now is bring in the silicon. Stop doing that, Rocket. And tab on over to it. Now silicon's not going to go anywhere. So it would normally push up into the box, but copper's taking up the slot. So I'll attempt to clear it a couple times with a few clicks. And there, we got one in there. Otherwise, I just grab a small handful from the ILS and just place it on that slot. Now I can take half of that and go over there and put the copper in the top one. And then now silicon is populating the first two slots, so copper bypasses it right up into its own slots. And of course they are going down the line, going to where they need to be going. These machines aren't going to get anything for a while because they are actually now moving at 36 per second each past these machines until this machine's able to catch a few coming off that have slowed down a little bit, and a random one here or there. So these boxes filled up immediately. As you can see, copper has filled up much faster because I started it first. Silicon will fill up eventually because this one is almost full. As soon as that gets to 100, and there you go, next one's going in. And that's how that works. So as long as the top box occupied, the silicone won't push up to it. Copper can't get to the bottom one because it's being yanked out onto the line and pushed up to the top box, which means it can't come down to the next one. It can only get pulled down to the machine. It can't get pulled down into the next box. Contamination always goes upwards. Yep. Contamination always pushes upwards into empty slots. That's exactly what it is. It cannot contaminate going down because there's nothing pulling it down, and it does not push down. Boxes only push up. Inserters pull it down, which is at the bottom of the stack with a 0. So it actually pulls it through the box from its source directly into the machine, even if that stack is 3 or 4 high. So there you go. And it is populating, and this one is getting close. Well, it was. You can see this one blinking only because only one is registering as it's going through at 36 per second into this one. And once both those slots are full, obviously the next box, this one down here, will start filling. But the reason it's taking longer is because you have that many machines times 2 pulling silicon off the line. And that's why it's moving so fast and taking a little bit longer. Each one's going to take a little bit longer because you're adding more and more machines pulling off of the line, including 1 or 2 that are going to be able to sneakily grab some. Like you got the first 2 that are sneaky in grabbing a few off the line. Otherwise, the rest of them are yellow until you get to the ones that are happy and satisfied. So even this machine's pulling silicon off while it's trying to fill the box, as well as all the others. So that's how it works. Happy days. So we're building microcrystalline components at a rather slow pace. So what's happening is it's not filling because it's heading over to where the demand is. Where the demand is where they're getting used up. And as you can see here, microcrystalline components are heading down the line. Now, the circuit boards are blocked at the moment, and that's okay, because it never hurts to have the top fill up first. It doesn't matter on this particular one because it's an even amount. 2 green, 2 blue being pulled into 1 brown. So we can go ahead and actually start this. Did we connect? So now we can put a local demand, and those guys will come in. Now they're not going to go anywhere. Oh, some of them snuck through. See what happened? Microcrystalline didn't populate yet. And that's the thing. If it was coming from another planet where, you know, it was coming in gobs at a time, thousands at a time, I wouldn't have had to worry. But because this is being manufactured locally on another factory before it's being sent over here, Green had plenty of opportunity to push up to the next box, and it did. So it contaminated that line and stopped the crystalline component. It's going through here because these inserters are pulling it off of this box. Since this one is full, that's even pulling from this box too, so it's pulling it back down. These 3 inserters are pulling it back down through here and sending it along its line. Okay? That stops microcrystalline components from heading up there. So in order to stop the rush of contamination, oops, I just want to take 1, boom, right there. We'll take that one. It's going to be hard to grab that and continue because those hit boxes for this stupid thing are so small. So even if I put a, oh, you barely saw it flash there for a split second. The hitbox is so small to find the corner of that proliferator to start that. There it is. Boom. Look at that. The very corner of the proliferator is where it allows you to connect up So I'll come in next time and find the very corner of that machine. So anyway, we'll let the crystalline components go. You saw the green cleared itself as soon as I stopped the line. And the microcrystallines can go on down. We'll let it populate the whole entire top row. And we're even going to let it build up a little bit in here. So I want to get up to probably around, oh my goodness, 2,500 I reckon, because there are a lot of assemblers with processors that are probably going to eat up as fast as we can produce the crystalline. So what I want to do is double this line up so that we're producing twice as much as what we're going to need over here, or at least more than what we need over here, just to keep the input saturated. And then that will work exactly as it's supposed to. If I was pulling that from another planet, it wouldn't be an issue. So while we're at this, and these guys are working happily like they're supposed to, let's grab, what do we got? Every other one for, yep, so a blank one. Yep, a blank one. Not you, not you, you, or you, you, or you. And not you. Alright, that should give us all of the inserters and all of the machines. Now those poles are still going to be placed incorrectly. Alright, so let's tab our selections until we're snugged up nice and close. Right there. Yep, that looks like the proper alignment. And we will just go out to there. And of course we're going to be short on the boxes, so we'll grab a mess of those. And inserters. So we'll put those down and grab some more. Oops, grab some more from here. That should be good enough. We got a little bit of contamination. We'll fix that. That's what happens when you're kind of adding to it. Yeah, it's still gonna, that's how fast these boxes are gonna need to fill up. There we go. So we'll let it just fix itself, and now you can see the copper and the green are both being drawn down the line. There's not enough green in these boxes to push up, and that's why they're not contaminating right now. But if the green beats the copper in filling up, they will push up to the box. If the copper beats the silicon, then we're fine. Nothing will get. And you can see the very last box, green beat the copper down here. So we'll grab half of those and stuff it in there. Done. And it looks like the copper is going to beat the silicon. So silicon's lagging behind on the bottom, copper's filling up the top before silicon can push up into those. So that is all good. Now we should be making them a little bit faster. So I reckon that is it's not quite 30 per second yet, but it's getting close. And that is going to come over to yep, it's on the south side. So all that will come on over to here. Now we're starting to build up. That's a pretty healthy amount. So we can go ahead and release our green again, since the microcrystalline components are built up. So we'll release our green, and we've got to grab that absolute corner. Got it off the first try. How about that? And I'll just take these since I've got them there. Boom. And I'll even leave those microcrystallines because, as I said, those will get pushed up as the machines start using both ingredients. And you'll see there they are moving right now. I don't actually have to leave it there. I can just take it over and put it on the first box. But they would get pushed up there eventually. And so now we got processors being made at a... Oh, and we're also providing them elsewhere, are we? Oh, we will be, yep. So that's going to be going over to... Hang on, where are we using processors at? CPUs. There they are. No, that's where I'm making them. Okay, I reckon that's another line we need to be utilizing for the rocket production. So this is all about rocket production. Sorry that this one is only a PLS. I washed it an ILS and it became a PLS, so it shrank and yeah, there it goes. Got too much water on it. Well, gentlemen and ladies and all viewers, and of course, we're pulling nothing but power from the Dyson sphere to power all this. What are we looking at for power consumption now? We've got, oh, not even touched it, but you know, almost 2 gigawatts of power being produced by a small ring of ray receivers. Free energy, no antimatter for artificial stars, no batteries for EEs. I could use EEs, but you know, why warp batteries over here from $18 light years away? Yeah, 18 light years away is where the batteries would come from. So why do that when you got free energy coming from a Dyson? And seriously, my Dyson, it's 100% satisfied, so I'm only requesting 80 gigawatts between the two planets, which is 2 full rings of ray receivers on the launcher planet for photons and power for this one. So there you go. All right. That will conclude today's stream while I have to go get dinner started. Before we depart, let me take a look, and our bots should have, yeah, finally, the bots are keeping up. Muzzle, thank you very much for the raid, and your raiders. Very much welcome anytime. Thank you very much for that. Bacon Queen followed yesterday. Bacon Queen was very much into Vintage Story, which I streamed a little bit of at the end of yesterday's stream. Zombie Roni, thank you very much for gracing us with your presence once again. Love having your company. Love having the company of everybody here. And I'm glad that I've got all the bots and mechanisms working. I do have bits going now, so people can now follow, subscribe, and use bits or earn bits. And they're not really bits, they're actually called rocket fuel in here, which is why we have little rockets for the icons for the channel points. Bits are different, not channel points, but yeah. Who's on? We might want to see if there's somebody else streaming some Dyson Sphere, and it looks like Cider McDread is on. So I reckon we should raid him and shock him into a little bit of oblivion there. Let's see, where is it? Here we go. So bear with me a second while I get the Cider McDread entered into our... And he's a new streamer too, and he's got 0 watching, so I don't have raid icons or raid emotes or anything like that started yet. That's on my to-do list. I will get those definitely taken care of now that we've got the ability to do that. But let's give him a big shout out, or I mean a big raid welcome. Thanks everybody for coming by, and we will see you at our regularly scheduled time tomorrow.